What up, Damon? What's going on, Misery? Alright. We are gonna make ourselves do some disc keys today. Let's find some shit where the group has timed something similar to the key they're running. I'm gonna swap these two hotkeys around, I think. Or yeah, we'll do that. Alright. What dungeon would be... Where can I get... Let's see. I have only done a 22 Atoll. I feel like an Atoll should be pretty chill. So, who's done a high-level Atoll that we can just have a nice little time in? Oh, they've done a 27. Holy shit. Oh, it's only 24, though. Come on. Yeah, we'll sign up for this one. I haven't looked at the price of BOEs in a while. What's my belt? My belt's not good. How much is an avoidance belt? What's the other one? Shoulders? I already have leash shoulders. I'd rather avoidance shouldered, but...
I know it.
Alright. Full desire. What PI week ore am I using? I've forgotten at this point. Is it dibs or is it hell smears? Yeah, I don't think that one's loaded. I think this one's set to never, right? Yeah. I wish I knew how big of a difference PI was on different specs. Like, is it worth sitting around waiting for somebody to use their shit, or should you be trying to send it on CD? Also, I think I have this thing set to never update. Dibs. Has this been updated? I think let's see, dibs on power infusion. What was the URL on this thing? Okay, so it's been updated as recently as November. What were the updates? Hmm. Version 344? What version am I using? So 344 is from a year ago. I feel like there's not been very many updates to it. But we're going to go back to not using this, and I'll go back to using Ellis mirrors and see how it feels. Squad. What? How long have we been in queue here for? What do the general talents look like for these guys? Was that Preservation Season 1? No, I played Druid in Season 1. Okay. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Wait. So he's not playing Master Spell. Like, would I need Master Spell in this dungeon? Probably not, right? I don't think there's anything to MD in here. And instead, you could take... Wait a second. What all does he fucking take in here? He only puts 1 point in Surge of Light. Where the fuck are all these other points going? There's 1 more point, 2 more points, and he takes 1 out of Surge of Light and 1 out of Master Spell. So I guess it's just this into this. Okay. What else do we got here? Okay. So Tanner's is just this, I think. No, wait, he takes one out of this and puts it where? Dominate mind. Instead of this, but then where's the other point? Oh, he takes sleep. Okay. Okay. What's AJ doing with his talents? Okay. No words. He takes dominate mind. He takes leap of faith. Is leap like more fucking useful than I'm giving it credit for in keys? I don't know when the fuck I'd use it, but do that, I guess. Okay. So this feels more or less like what I think just about everybody's running. Alright, looks like we got everybody in here. Okay. Who is Ellesmere's weak or gonna tell me to PI? Maximum value on Hunter, Sinrogue, and Havoc. We don't have any of those. Next up is Destro. So any of the 3 Warlock specs or Ret. So it could be either of them. I guess whoever pops first. Wait, does he have those in order of... Is it just like alphabetical or is that actually in order of like... No, it's not alphabetical. So this must... If this is actually the order, then it would go on the Warlock before the Ret Pally. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna test my weak roll. Let's see here. This. Okay, good. Wait a second. Did that have a delay?
4, 3, 2, 1.
All right. Probably go Razam first, right? Okay, good, good, good.
PIN Diasan.
I did not do, bro. I didn't even pop my fucking...
2, 1.
Bait.
What the fuck am I doing, dude? Didn't even pop my fucking Shadow Fiend.
Loss.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Bait.
No!
Four, three, two, one.
Bait. Loss.
Four, three, two, one.
Bait.
Pi Pumpine.
Loss.
Four, three, two, one.
Bait.
Rezan was a powerful Loa. Perhaps you will make a worthy sacrifice for Zul.
Alright. Do we have anybody that can bait out here? My pets fuck all the baits, so I stay out. Okay. That's good.
CC. CC.
Oh, there was a fucking guy? Where? I didn't even see him.
Pin Diasan.
CC. Targeted. CC.
Ooh, okay, dude.
PIN Diasan.
But you will leave behind your bones.
Add.
Ataldazar's power flows through me.
Enter.
Corruption be purified.
Add.
Ataldazar's power flows through me.
Enter.
You do not belong here.
Add.
Ataldazar's power flows through me.
Enter.
You do not belong here. Cleansed.
Don't die fire. Thank you for the large tips there. Thank. Oh fuck, we're doing 25 a tall, and Tank's like, hey guys, don't die to the fire here. Little strat I picked up from watching some push teams.
PIN Diasan.
The fuck did the
Dodge. 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 Targeting. Dodge. Targeted.
PIN Diasan.
CC. CC.
Is there another one in here?
CC. 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 CC.
Will imprison maybe? Will imprison? No imprison. Okay. Fade through there like a boss.
Master walk your boat.
Interrupt.
PI Pumpine.
Interrupt. Interrupt.
You die with me.
Interrupt. 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 Interrupt.
PIN Diasan.
Interrupt.
Oh shit.
Interrupt.
is a game? No matter. I can rebuild him. But when you
Paladin has Crusader Aura on.
there will be no
I mean, that's
coming back.
maybe that might be the biggest time gain in this dungeon, to be honest. If you can mount up, maybe Crusader Aura is the play.
You made it harder than I thought, but I will still be drinking your blood.
Had it on during boss. Yeah, I mean, for for when you need to use your steed, obviously.
The Tsar will awaken soon, but you will not
Targeted.
live to see it.
Stack.
I will tear
Okay, we're going here. Holy fuck! I do not know how to not take damage from that.
Targeted.
Hey there, guy. You want to not do that?
Stack.
let your soul be shattered.
Pin Diasan.
Stack.
Soul be shattered.
Stack.
Soul be shattered.
Targeted. Stack.
Tear your soul apart.
No, dude, fuck. I actually don't know how the fuck you top somebody up fast on Disc Priest before the fucking... I need to, like, think about this. Where is that? Okay.
Pin Diasan.
Stack.
Tear your soul apart.
Why did I not... Whoa, 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 whoa. Why didn't I fucking use my, Just hard cast flash heals, huh? Hmm. That feels not good. Yeah, that's like why I take invigorate in this dungeon on Druid is for that overlap where you get the second racking pain that goes into the soul rend, so that I can try to get that person topped up quickly. But on Disc Priest, I don't know. Like I just felt like, I mean, maybe that is it. Maybe it's just like that's the hard part of the fight is like how the fuck do you get the racking pain guy topped up before that? But as I've put a few flash shields into him, is like this does not feel like this does not feel good. I don't feel like I'm moving his health bar very fast. Flash heal heals yourself. Yeah, I just like it felt like when I was putting fucking heals into the guy, his health bar wasn't moving up, and I was like, I need your health bar to move up, bud. I actually wonder if Divine Aegis is. Like I feel like Divine Aegis would definitely be. I mean, while this like clearly Blaze of Light is doing nothing for spot healing with Flash Heal, Divine Aegis would give something there. Hmm. Okay. Well, we got 27 points from that. That was cool. Let's see. Where to next? I'd like to do a dungeon that gets me some points, but I don't want to do Dawn of the Infinite. Last time I went into Galakron's Fall on Disc Priest, we had the Dextus incident. Black Rook hold 22. I could get some points off of 25 in there. And that's... So Azalea dropped Twilight for DA in certain keys? Yeah. But I mean, would you drop Twilight Equilibrium or would you drop Blaze of Light? How much of my damage is Smite, Reprimand? How to use Adaptive Form? There's a weak aura that'll tell you who to put it on every time it comes up. It'll always be a friendly. Now, there's times where you might ignore that weak aura. But if you're looking for, like, getting out the most stacks possible, then following the weak aura is almost always the best play. And it takes all the mental burden off of you. You just stop thinking about it, and just when your frames light up, you cast Adaptive Swarm. Hold paints up till the overlap. Yeah, I mean, I guess you do have 2 paint subs here. What's the normal recharge? 3 minutes? Reduced by Power Word Shield, but I'm probably not Power Word Shielding a ton. So you could probably count on it being about 3 minutes. So you really only have about 2 uses of it on that fight. Well, no, I guess on Tyrannical it's going to be longer than 3-minute fight, but you might get, what would that be? How long was that fight? 4 minutes, so you'd get 3 uses of it. I don't know how many overlaps there were, or it's really just how many soul rings there are. However many times that comes out on the fight. Yeah. Oh well. Okay. The 28 Murazon's right. Fuck, I actually want to send that on my Druid. Still need that shit on my Druid. Okay, we may be doing a little bit of let me update my stream title so nobody gets fucking pissed off. We may be doing a little bouncing back and forth today. If there's a key that I want on Druid, then we try to snag that, and then when there's nothing that's for score on Druid, then we pop back on Disc Priest. What up, White Wolf? Oh, come on. You guys want to invite me? Dude, I can tell my wife turned down the thermostat. I can tell. I'm gonna walk upstairs and I'm gonna see that she turned it down to like 65. I know it. Do people know me in EU? Yeah, I mean, I suppose, yeah. Do I prefer Convoke over Tree? I don't think I've played Tree a single time this season. Bro, what are you guys doing? Invite me to this fucking key. Thank you. All right. Well, I ran a tendril on my priest. We don't do heroic as a raid anymore, as a guild raid. So I ran tendril on my priest, and so both my druid and my priest failed to see any Belorloses drop this week, which is unfortunate. Show talents again? Yeah. You play every healer to 3,300, but you can never seem to figure out Resto Druid. Is it a skill issue? I mean, Resto Druid is definitely a different vibe from other healers with heal over time, and I would definitely say that
Creatures and relics from the past have made their way into our
I feel like most other healers are probably
you can find before they are lost to the
like, how would I think most other healers have a different sort of flow to their healing. With Resto Druid, you stay at a sort of a constant, I'm assuming you're keeping your hots up, you stay at a sort of constant amount of healing. Whereas other healers tend to kind of up and down depending on the buttons they're pressing. And you have to get used to that, I think, sort of cadence of healing on a druid, where it's harder to burst heal people up on a druid than it is on, say, like a monk or, you know, priest when you pop Mindbender, or, you know, Pally using Daybreak. Druid has a bit more difficulty, like mashing health bars upwards, but it does a better job of keeping everybody sort of generally healthy all the time, so that hopefully you don't need to do burst healing quite as often. But it does, I do think it takes a different mindset when you're playing Resto Druid in terms of what to expect health bars to look like when somebody's in danger, when you need to stop what you're doing and heal them. And Druid requires, you know, there's a lot of talk about like proactive versus reactive healers, and I think some of that gets overblown at times, but Druid, there is a certain amount of like, you need to be casting these heals, like you need to be applying the hots on a regular basis, whether or not the person necessarily needs them, just to be ready for it. And if you're used to playing healers, you know, if you've been playing Disc Priest this season, there's not necessarily, it's actually kind of funny how Disc Priest works in that in Raid, it's like all about predicting the damage to come out. But in Keys, Disc Priest is one of the most reactive healers. You basically just shotgun your Radiance and then slam Mindbender. And you don't have to like predict that at all. You can just sit on a, you know, you're going to fully Radiance or fully Atonement your party, excuse me, when you use Radiance. So there's no need to predict anything. You just wait till damage happens and then blast a Radiance and start healing. Or if you're playing on like Monk, you probably want to keep some Renewing Mists rolling. But a lot of your healing can be sort of done on command. You know, if you slam Shayloons, everyone's health just goes. And if you press Chi-Ji, there's a few globals that you got to invest first, but then you press like Blackout Kick one time and everyone's health is just like and your spot healing on like Monk is pretty insane. So Druid doesn't necessarily have that capability, but it keeps everyone healed up a bit more, and you just have to be better about knowing when damage is going to come out and when you need to expend more globals to like get people topped off if they're not. But I my guess is Druid is one of the more polarizing specs when it comes to whether somebody says they enjoy it or not. I think the Druid playstyle is one you either enjoy, you know, the keeping hots rolling. I think you either kind of enjoy that maintenance, or you chafe at it and you're like, I don't like using hots all the goddamn time. I just want to heal somebody when they need healing. Having a hard time healing Tree Boss and Wakecrest? A lot of that depends on your group. If somebody gets Thorns and they don't have like a defensive rolling when you go into that Thorns, and the group doesn't have a lot of damage for the Thorns, like there's only so long you're going to be able to keep somebody alive in Thorns. And if they're not helping you out with pre-popping a defensive, or your group slamming it with CDs, that person's probably going to die, unless you just happen to get lucky and have, you know, if you were like on Druid, if you had like Life Bloom already on that person and you were able to like send ward them, maybe have Iron Bark, you know, you could maybe keep that person alive for a bit. But as you start going up in key level, the Thorns become more and more about the person getting Thorns than the other DPS just keeping you from needing to do a lot of healing on that person. My stream's cutting out? What, like, how, like, cutting out, like, how? Hmm. I wonder if it's doing that on YouTube, too?
The infinite Dragonflight has already infiltrated the timeways.
Because I don't see... The problem is when I... Because I'm doing the dual streaming to YouTube and Twitch, my OBS client's only showing me what my upload to YouTube looks like, and it's fine. I don't have any dropped frames on that, but maybe the one on Twitch is fucked? Seems good now. Yeah, I wonder if it's that zone that I was in or something. Making my video card be weird or some shit. Hold on, before we start this key, I'm going to go upstairs and investigate the thermostat, because I suspect I'm going to find something that displeases me. I'll be right back. Okay. She hasn't touched the thermostat. It's just fucking cold. God damn it. Okay. Okay. Well, it was when we scheduled it, it was so far out in the future that I kind of lost track of the date. But Shauna and I, our ISP recently began offering 2.5 gig service, and so we signed up for that. Like, it was like 3 fucking weeks ago or something, and for whatever reason they couldn't get the service call couldn't happen until this week. I don't know what the hell took 3 weeks for that, but anyway, the guy should be coming out Tuesday after stream and do it. They had a guy come out and look at the box. That was annoying, by the way. There was a guy that came out and replaced some shit in our box outside, unannounced. He showed up like a week and a half ago. There was no warning. He just came to the door one day and was like, "Yo, I'm from the ISP. I'm here to upgrade the equipment in your box." And I was like, "Cool." I thought the appointment wasn't for another couple weeks. He's like, "No, I like they're doing something else. I got to replace the shit in the box." And I was like, "Okay, so what are they doing when they come?" And he's like, "Oh, they got to like give you a new router." And I was like, "I already have a router that can do 2.5 gig." And he's like, "Oh, well, I was like,
4,
wait, are you basically telling me that you just installed 2.5 gig fiber at my house, but now I have to wait like a week and a half for them to come out and just bless it for me to get the speed?" Anyway, so they should be here Tuesday, and then hopefully we got 2.5 gig internet. I don't really know what the fuck I'm gonna do with it. It's one of those things where I just want it because I can have it. It just makes me feel nice to have it, so.
Dodge. Shield. Dodge.
Where is that thing? I heard a guy spawn, but I don't see him.
Shield. Dodge.
Bro, somebody's real fucking good about it. Ah! Hey. Hey, you can have every tree that I have, dude. I had 3 of them. They're all yours.
Dodge.
What up, face? I don't know about just dragging a dude in so he can get, so he can, like, immediately bolster the maiden. I don't know that I'm especially fond of that game plan.
4. Enter. Dodge.
Wow. Is there a guy there? Okay.
I will protect this future. Your greatest
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Enter.
strike is true.
Fuck.
Dodge.
Your annihilation. My strike is true. Infinite grant me strength.
Okay. I don't know where everybody's going. Fuck it.
An infinite vision guides me. Feel the
5,
horrors yet to
4,
pass.
3, 2, 1.
Enter.
Ooh.
Dodge.
Behold your annihilation.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Rock the Mage is caught.
Blows are infinite.
Dodge.
I wish they would put some on me, man. Got this fucking trinket that's just sick for that kind of thing, and I can't get any of these fucking debuffs to go on me.
An infinite vision guides.
There you go, dog. Slam one on me.
Feel the
5,
horrors yet to
4,
pass.
3,
Why the fuck are you like that?
1.
My blows are infinite.
Dodge.
Behold your annihilation.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Enter.
Oh shit.
Dodge.
Behold your annihilation. Behold the wrath of the infinites. I will protect this future. Your greatest
5,
fears
4, 3, 2, 1.
Enter.
divided, you fall.
Dodge.
Behold your annihilation. My strike is true.
Come on, die, you fucker. Die, 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 die. Okay. I don't know how good of a timer that is. 9.5? 920? I feel like it's not bad.
I just have to keep telling myself this wasn't really him. Okay, let's fix this. We just need to... Uh-oh.
Our vision shall come to
3,
pass.
2, 1. AOE. AOE. Three, 2, 1. AOE. Three, 2, 1.
Yum, 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 yum. Oh, we did it! Oh! Whoa, 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 dude.
AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE.
Can I not do this in combat, or what's the deal here?
The time waves are even
Like, there's
faster
no way we
than
just leave that
ours.
closed, right? Okay.
There's no way I can get us back to the past like this.
See? He just released. That's going to be a fucking run back now. This is what I don't like about not having timed the key before, is I don't have the differential here letting me know like whether we're fast or slow or...
Oh no! It's Morchi! What is she doing here? Aww.
What the hell? Are we supposed to pull that?
Trying to save Nostor-
Ow!
Well, too bad.
I'm in combat with something. There we go.
I'll deal with personally. This timeline has no need for heroes.
Holy shit, my flask is gonna kill me while I'm rezzing. God damn.
The true timeline is mine. Time bomb away. More Morchis are better than one.
Hi.
Uh-oh, that was easy.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We go mid with this, maybe? No? Okay, whatever.
Hi.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Hi.
3 for 3? No, not quite.
5,
Where the fuck? Oh, they were like... She's like right underneath that, isn't she?
1.
No? Where the fuck is it? Dude, holy fuck, I did not see that. Holy shit! It was like the one thing I wasn't looking for over there. I went all the way around and just didn't see that one.
I'll get it together.
Damn.
Time bomb away. This will trip you all up. Each time, sand. Now stop getting beaten up. Time bomb away.
Alright. I think they kill her before this next
Morchis, get out here.
Hi.
intermission. Nope, never mind.
5, 4,
Blue.
3, 2, 1.
Good are you all?
What the problem is with all these fucking traps around the platform,
Time, sand.
it can be hard to even see through the trap to the model of the Morchi.
It was supposed to be my time. You all know what to do. What's this? A time relic? There's 2 arrows pointing to the right. Poor Morchi. I wonder if we could have been friends at another time. She did have great hair. A little heavy on the eyeliner, though.
But I still don't even know which direction you run in here every time.
The other side.
I've like not memorized the patterns of the directions coming out of each portal. Okay, so we probably send Lust on mini boss. I should have routed this one instead, I guess.
The Horde and Alliance are fighting? This could
Can't target afflicted, god damn it. Bro, this is so spooky right now.
Targeted. Bait. Ads. Ads. Bait. Targeted. Ads.
We need to save no storm.
I have absolutely no idea how good our timer is. It doesn't feel great, but I don't know how long the last boss is. We'll have lust for it at some point. I feel like you would want somewhere between 4 and 5 minutes for last boss. I don't think we're gonna have that because of fucking RP. Minutes last boss.
We only get
Yeah.
one chance at this. Traveling so far into the past takes a lot of power.
Dude, this timer is so fucking tight. I don't feel like we were that slow. Maybe we were. But our first platform, I mean, maybe our first platform could have been faster. It definitely felt clean. I guess maybe you just really need to like skip a phase on that boss that we didn't.
Three, two, one. AoE. AoE.
Can you handle this?
AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE. Three, two, one. AoE.
Come on. The aspects are just ahead.
Yeah. There's we're not even gonna get on the boss till
Photo
like
aspects, I mean.
3:20 or something.
We face enemies
Unfortunate.
and below.
Fuck, dude. I was kind of hoping this week that if there was like, if we were just in a group that had like a clean run, that would just be enough. That like on the 28, if you were just clean,
They're the black glowing
and I mean there were a few mishaps
Very well.
here and there, but it didn't feel like, you know, like I was dead on Morchi, but it's the healer and nothing happens on Morchi, so of all the deaths to happen, that one was probably the least impactful. Mage died on first boss, but it wasn't like a huge, I mean, it was just like dead for a few seconds. I think we accidentally pulled a pack and had to res a couple people, but
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
4.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
4,
Oh yeah, I need to remember that I can't dispel people on this fight willy-nilly.
5, 4, 3, 1.
What the fuck was that? What just killed me?
5, 4,
Melees. Ah, okay.
3, 1.
4,
I was like, what the shit? Okay. That was a lot of melees, actually. What the hell? It's getting fucking...
5, 4.
The guy just wants to try again. Like, this is the shit, like... Oh, he just wants to see... I can appreciate this. Guy wants to go again because he just wants to see, like... how hard this shit hits. Which... I mean, if everyone's down for it, I'm down for it. That's one thing that's annoying on these higher level keys, is if you always deplete before the same point in the dungeon, but that point in the dungeon is hard, you never actually do that point in the dungeon. You, like, get here, you miss the timer, and you're like, ah, well, fuck it, all right, good try, and then you leave, and you're like, bro, one of these times I'm actually going to get here with enough timer to do it, and I need to know what the fight feels like. Like, we got to do the fight eventually. I don't want to be doing it for the first time when it actually matters.
Two, 1. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
4,
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dude, calm down with that fucking dot, man.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
4,
Whoa, 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 whoa.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
4,
Ow!
Five, 4, 3, 2.
Bro, there's too many dispels.
4,
Cease your actions.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
4,
Stop me.
5, 4, 3,
AoE,
Ooh! 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 Okay, I got melee. Man, he landed on my head.
5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
4.
We
AoE.
protect the true timeline.
This will slow you down.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
4.
AoE.
Yep, I got boxed in completely. That was cool.
3, 2, 1.
4.
AoE.
We protect the true timeline.
Bro, this fight's kind of wild on a 28 tyrannical.
This will slow you down.
5, 4, 3,
Is
2,
inevitable.
1.
Okay, anything else, or are we back to Disc Priest keys? 29 DHT, I still need that. Rather be in yours tonight. I got a bed, but I'd rather be in yours. Maybe check some logs of timed runs to get a grasp of timings. It's not the healing. Like the healing is rough, but it's it's that fucking sand in the last phase that's like, I feel like you just need to have a very good plan for that, because that's where I die every time on that fight. Is just you're like focusing on healing, and like all of a sudden you look around and you're like, whoa, would you look at this shit? There's nowhere to fucking move because I have been surrounded by shit. And that stuff, like, it's the kind of damage that you can't even like skate through it fast. You can't even like dash and try to run through it fast. Oh, check some logs to get a grasp of time. I see what you mean. I mean, I don't know. It just kind of is what it is, I guess. Like, I'm not too worried about it. Because that's the thing about Murazon's Rise, is you can't really go bigger or smaller. Mimic, thank you for the host. Hope you had a fantastic stream. About the only place in that key that you can really dictate pace by trying to pull bigger or smaller is like first platform, and then in the sand area you can try to go a little bigger. But what did we end up that boss? It was like 920. Tier falls a minute faster, Morchi 3 minutes faster. Yeah, I think we could have probably, the tier I think was definitely a bit slow. My guess is if you play it correctly, you can probably knock that last shield. Like, you can probably kill him before that last shield that we didn't. I think he went in with like, I think it was a shield he went in with like 12% left or something. Let me see. Maybe I'm making that up, but I thought there was one where he was like relatively low. The kind where if you had pushed a bit harder up to that point in the fight, Let's see. So he goes into the last shield with... He goes into the last shield with 12%. Look at this shit. 11%, excuse me. Tick one more time. So he went last shield with 11%. You could for sure, if you just DPS'd harder, you could for sure come up with 11% more damage on tier. And if we had skipped that last shield, if we had killed him when he went to go to the last shield, if he'd have been dead there instead of getting that last shield off, that was 8:30 into the fight. So we could have knocked 50 seconds off the key by just being better about first boss damage. Then losing that amount of time to... I felt like we actually went through the maze fast as fuck. I think everybody one-shot the maze. I don't think you could do the maze any faster than we did it. We went so fast that we didn't even have time to open the portal because everybody was there and the tank was like, fuck this, we're going. So I literally don't think it's even possible to do the maze. I mean, you know, maybe you could have like faster like classes with more movement speed or something, but I don't think it's possible to get 5 people through the maze more than like 5 seconds faster than we did it. So I don't think we lost any time. I don't think we lost any time on the maze. Then the big thing to me is I don't know how fast you should be doing the sand area. Let's see, how long did it take us to do the sand area start to finish? Because we lost one of our DPS. We got fucked because one of our DPS died in the sand area and then had to run back because we didn't fucking open the portal. The DPS had to run all the way back through the maze to catch back up to us. So he died. And of course, it was the non-augmentation that died. So when you have an aug group and you lose one of the non-aug DPS, you're losing even more than you normally lose on your DPS because now the aug is missing one of the people it would buff. So, why didn't we open the portal? The tank just started going. When we all got because we all got through the portal on the first shot, we went to go open it and the tank was just like, nah, we're pulling. And then I turned around afterwards to try to open the portal after because I was like, okay, maybe he just wants to get lust on. I mean, I get it. Like our lust is up. You want to just send lust now to get it up as fast as possible. So maybe we like lust, kill the 2 dragons, turn around and open the portal after that. But no, it was like lust, kill 2 dragons, boom, right into the sand pit. And it was like, yo, what? If anybody dies, they have to run all the way back. And of course, somebody died. So our DH was dead for... How long was the DH running back here? Let's see. DH dies at 15:18 and gets back into the group at 16. It was almost exactly 1 minute that the DH was gone. Feel like the portal should open automatically if you all make it through. I mean, if you all make it through and you all click the portal, it opens very fast. But we just didn't. Like 3 of us walked over to open it, and the tank just went. And like I said, I can sort of understand that mentality of like our lust is sitting off cooldown right now. We should just go do dragons, and then once our lust is on CD, then come back and open the portal. I get that, but we just kept going as soon as dragons were dead. We just kept going. And I guess if you're really confident nobody's gonna die, then fine. But so yeah, I don't know how fast you're supposed to be. Let's see, how long did that sand area take us? We started the sand area at 12:51. So 12:45ish. So we're starting the pull at 12:45, and then we take the portal off the platform at about 17. So we were on that platform for about 4 minutes. That seems long. I feel like being on that platform for 4 minutes feels like a long time. Then we had the deaths to people failing the skip on the way to Morchi. So how long does this take? Well, it's a little fake because we're waiting for Morchi to start. Like, Morchi wouldn't be activated immediately, but we get deaths, so that's another... We had 2 people die, so that's 10 more seconds on the timer. I res. Morchi's active for... It's actually not active for very long before we pull. We didn't really lose any time on pulling Morchi. We just lost 10 seconds from death timer. I think she only popped up like 2 seconds before we pulled anyway, so... Then I died on the boss, however long that added to that, but I mean, it's that there was no damage coming out, so it's basically just healer DPS, and I can't imagine that I died with Morchi at how much health? 30%? Yeah, about 33%. So maybe that added an extra, I don't know, 15, 20 seconds to the fight or something. Morchi was down at 18:20, and we did it in 22. So yeah, our Morchi was dead. Our Morchi's dead at 21:44. So we took an extra, what, 3.5 minutes? Which just has to be the sand area. I mean, when was there? Did you look? Do you see what time their tier was? Was that the one where the tier was dead at 8 something? Most likely DPS missing for a minute. Yeah, but even still, like, that doesn't feel like that should necessarily add. They were a minute ahead of us on tier, but then 3.5 ahead of us on, like, does a DPS running back cost you 2 fucking minutes? Like, I feel like it doesn't cost you 2 minutes in the key. That was 2 minutes would have been half the time we spent on that platform. Like, basically, that would be saying having the DH there would have made the platform go twice as fast as it actually went. Can you post links? Yep. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is the this is like a top 3 group in the world. So I will admit, this is probably less of a oh, we did the dungeon poorly, and more of a these guys just blast way fucking harder than we do. Yeah, that was for a 28. That was Jax was doing. He was the rank 1 mage parse on that key, and Krona was the rank 1 balanced druid parse on that key. So that's just I think just gapped by individual player skill angle. Gotta compare to the best. I just want to know what the... Here's what I want to see. I want to see the timer of the shittiest group that's timed to 28. That's what I want to know. I want to know what the bare minimum I need to do to get a 28 timed is. Because if there's groups coming out of tier at like 9:30 and they're still timing the dungeon... You know, if there's groups coming out of Morchi at fucking 20 minutes and something, That's what I want to see. Like, what's the worst case where I can still be like, okay, we can still time. Groups have still time this key. If I'm comparing myself to fucking Kira's team, their timers, every time we do the dungeon, I'll be like, too slow, too slow, too slow, guys. All right, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
Should I rinse it? We done. Yeah.
All right. All right. So a 10:05 tier and then a 21:38 Morchi starting chrono at 30:06. What time did we start chrono? Yeah, but we didn't have 6 minutes left. So was our third boss was just slow as fuck, I guess? Because our Morchi wasn't really much slower than that, right? We had Morchi dead at what time was it? Hang on. Okay, let's see. We had Morchi dead at 21:44, so we were actually like on pace at that point to be able to time a key. So let's see here. Our Anduin was dead at 29:22. Yeah, we lost a fucking minute. How? We didn't have any deaths. How the fuck do you lose a minute? Worse ad cleaving on boss? Yeah, maybe. What time did they start Anduin? Because we pulled Hellscream at 25, a little after 25:20. So any other keys while I'm looking here? I don't feel like they could have gapped us on the trash before Anduin because we lusted that and I got my Heart of the Wild into that lust on the first boss, on the first mini boss. We had to have cranked that thing. And I feel like we were decently fast on the 3 guys afterwards. Nobody died. So I'm curious what about that fucking platform was let's see. They start Anduin at Okay, so they start him at 2350. We start Hellscream at 2524. What the fuck? Bro, how do they get from fucking Morchi to Anduin in 2 minutes? There's no way. Is there like tech that I'm missing here? It takes you like a fucking minute just to get from Morchi to Anduin. Like just to run there. Just turning around from Morchi, running back through the portal, running across the platform. You know, where's this timeline start? No, okay. I see them first do damage to Anduin at 2427. Now, 2427 is still way fucking faster than... Because we start Grom at 25... A little after 2520. So they were almost a minute faster getting from Morchi to Anduin. So I wonder, when do they pull... what's the name of the fucking tank guy? Alliance Destroyer? Yeah, okay, so... Damage taken by enemies... Where's Mans? Alright, so it looks like he takes his first damage at 20... Where is this? Okay. He's taken... They're hitting him at 2234. When did we start hitting our guy? Bro, they're a minute faster to this platform than we are. How? Are you sure they killed Morchi at 20... What did you say they killed Morchi at? Wait, you said they had Morchi dead at 2138, but I feel like I stopped seeing them DPS the boss at 2015. The last like instance of damage I see is 2015. Yeah. The boss dies at 2015. So they were a minute. They were a minute and a half faster than us. So they were slower on tier. Or maybe, wait, hold on. If that timer's wrong, then maybe the tier timer's wrong too. Hold up. When did these guys kill tier? Because it looks like their tier's dead by... Bro, where do you die, you little fuck? Okay, last instances of damage to him are at 9:15. So they were basically... Our tier timers were very similar. They killed him at about the same point we did. Like about 5 seconds slower. Like we were 5 seconds slower. Then they get to Morchi at they start pulling Morchi at 17 minutes, and we start pulling Morchi at we haven't even, we're taking the portal at 17 minutes. That I could believe. I could believe that's basically just the difference in a DH death, because they pull Morchi a minute and a half faster than us, and I could probably believe that the DH death plus the deaths, the weird deaths before we pull Morchi, like that's that by itself is 15 seconds gone off the key. And then, well, actually, wait, but does Warcraft logs? If Warcraft logs say they pull something at a time in the dungeon, I wonder if that's accounting for time lost. Like that's probably just the absolute time in the dungeon, not the timer on the dungeon. So maybe the deaths don't really count there. But yeah, I suspect we were about a minute and a half slower than them to Morchi, which is probably just playing the sand room better. But at the very least, I feel like I know that the key is timeable if you get that last shield from tier and you come out of the fight at like 9:30ish. That's probably worst case scenario. If the fight goes any longer than like 9:30ish, you're fucked. But if you can get it dead before then, it's technically doable if you play well the rest of the way. What's my opinion on preservation? I mean, it's an interesting class, but I feel like it's a very clunky class, especially in Mythic Plus. I think the only reason it was meta in Mythic Plus in Season 1 is just because of how fucking overtuned it was. It was just putting out such monstrous numbers that season that it didn't matter how the spec played because it just did more damage and healing than anything else. And then as it's been reined in and it's no longer just gapping everything on the meters, now it's not popular anymore. And I mean, the emergence of AUG basically put the final nail in the coffin. $10-minute tier, 20-minute Morchi key is timeable. Yeah, for I would say if you're that slow on tier, you're probably fucked. Like if your group is that slow, you're probably not going to be making up time. Unless something weird, like if you did a 10-minute tier because you had like fucking 10 deaths on the first platform. But if you play the first platform clean and you're coming out of tier at 10 minutes, you're probably in trouble. Because then that's going to mean that your group has to play uncharacteristically well through the sand area to make up the time. And you've just demonstrated that your group isn't really that kind of a group by doing a 10-minute tier. But uncharacteristically. Well, it kind of reminds me like if you look at like ESPN when they're doing games, like their GameCast thing, they'll have a percentage chance for a team to win in a game. And one thing that you like have to keep in mind in those scenarios is like sometimes you'll see, you know, it's fourth quarter of a basketball game or something, and one team is trailing by 8 or 10 points or something, and technically the chance for them to come back is if they were playing like their usual selves would be one thing, but you now have 3+ quarters of basketball that show that the team has been playing worse than their normal sort of selves. They've been playing, for whatever reason, they've been playing poorly. They've been getting, you know, they've not been scoring as well as they normally do, or they've been giving up more baskets than they normally do, blah, blah, blah. So it's like, if you had the normal version of this team, yeah, there's like an X% chance they could come back. But what you have to keep in mind is we have 3 quarters that display that this is not their normal gameplay. They are playing worse than usual. And so the chances of them coming back playing like they've been playing is even smaller. And that's kind of the same thing in keys is like, okay, yeah, we need to make up some time. Could a good group do that? Yeah. Could the group that just did a 10-minute tier do that? All right. There were a ton of keys in the queue like 5 minutes ago, and they've all disappeared, and we may have to bounce back over to Disc Priest for now. This is looking like we'll set a timer for 2 minutes. And if at the end of 2 minutes we have not found a group, we'll go back to disc keys. Stay on Druid. This is just really depressing when I keep refreshing LFG and it's like keys that I don't need. Not even keys I don't need. Like keys like a tall. This is a key 2 levels below a key I've timed. Not even 2 levels below the key I need. 2 levels below a key I've timed already. This is a key level below what I need. This is literally 26 key levels below what I need. Any good keys on Druid this morning? I mean, we did a rise that we didn't even finish it, but we got to the last boss with like 3 minutes left or something, which is not enough to time it, but it's at least been a while since a Murazon Rise key got to the last boss for me. So, you know, small steps. All right, 28 Everbloom is technically for score, but it's only a tyrannical upgrade. I would really like to do a key that has a chance of letting me hit 3,700, which would mean I need to do a key that ups my level in a dungeon. I don't think I'm doing a 31 Way Crest or a Tall. 30 Fall is probably doable this week, but it would be a nightmare. 30 Dark Heart seems like a nightmare. 30 BRH feels doable, but I don't know that I'm going to get invited because of all these pussy-ass groups that think they need a Disc Priest to live on the last boss. So really it feels like Throne or Rise would be the most likely ways to get that score. Okay. We appear to be out of candidates, so... Is Holy Priest really that bad in Raid, or are people just not playing it because Disc is better? I mean, a little column A, a little column B. Your best Priest players are going to gravitate towards Disc this season because it's the better spec, which means that the people playing Holy are likely overall worse players than the people playing Disc. So that will exacerbate any discrepancy between the two specs. Like any any actual gap between disc and holy will be exaggerated because better players are probably going to play disc. But Holy Priest is definitely behind, or has been behind. These buffs that it's getting on Tuesday may swing the balance a bit. But it has definitely been an underperforming healing spec this tier. All right, let's see here. 20 Waycrest. Why am I typing 29 in here? That is a habit that will be tough to break. What do we want? 25. And what did I think I needed? I would like to do maybe like a 25 BRH because that will be a 3 key level upgrade for my Trinical, and it seems chill. What other keys would I be okay with? 23, or if I did a 25 DHT, that would probably also be chill. Somehow I have a 25 fucking throne, or 20, excuse me, not a 23 throne. I don't remember doing that ever. All right, a 26 BRH. Sign up for that shit. I don't think they'll take me, but maybe they'll see my alt score and get excited. You just never know, man. You just never know.
I have many lucky doos you like.
What do I think about Druid and Mythic raids? Mana issues make it meh. Well, they're doing some mana balancing for Druid. This hotfix coming in on Tuesday. They're reducing the cost of basically like everything except rejuve. So Druid mana issues in raid should be better than they have been. Now I don't know if that's I don't know if the mana changes were big enough to make the spec go from being like awful feeling to something much more playable. But at the very least, Blizzard has recognized that mana was a problem on Druid and has taken steps to remedy that. The fuck? Okay. Also have 21 falls, should be like an easy 24. Yeah, I just have I have fucking anxiety now because of how that dungeon has gone for me in the past. On Disc Priest, specifically.
Greetings, sir.
All right, is this the key where we break into 3K score on my priest? Whoop whoop. Anxiety about second or third boss in fall? Probably more second boss than third boss. Shackle's probably good to have in this dungeon. Like this, I guess. Do I still have a Shackle keybind? Shift G. Where's Shift G? Yeah, I do. Let's go. Is that a Low Red Riding Hood helm? It's the it's like one of the very few things I've been purchasing from the trading post each month. It's whatever the little hood thing from. They've come out with different colors of them, but how much healing did Essence Devourer do? 5.6%? Is that guy here? He's not here. Is everybody else inside? No. The mage is also in Valdrakken. Okay. All right. Yeah. Pretty over affixes at the concept? Yeah. Yeah, they've run their course. It's time to do away with affixes. Okay, where's the, what's Ellesmere's weak order going to tell me to PI here? Let's see here. Balance. Fire. It's weird that it says that for all that it seems like there's a lot of excitement about PIing mages and shit. Ellesmere's weak order sure does seem to not think that that's the play.
1.
Pi flapivirus.
Which way are we going here? Okay, let's look at the route. Yeah, we're doing that. That's what I thought. Okay.
Pi flapivirus.
Switch.
God damn it, dude. Thought I could get one more fucking global off before I needed to dispel that. Are we not doing any ads? Okay, whatever. That's fine.
Dodge. Dodge.
Oh shit, dude. I almost walked into that. Is there another one? Is that outside? The fuck?
Dodge. Pi Hyondo.
Okay, whatever. Where's the guy? Come here, fucker. Did we root one? Okay, we did. I didn't see him back there behind me.
AoE.
This energy, it is too much.
Dodge.
Harvest has come. Leave this meager vessel. Now I see.
The darkness. It is gone.
You aren't the ones who did this? understand now. You must find Kotalos. You must put a stop to this.
All right, do we got Incarnate? I feel like this is a boomkin angle.
Passage to the crypts. Ilisana, you must hold them here. We have much to lose. Your father's life most of all.
Go ahead and dwarf that.
Need not worry. I will not fail, Etosius.
Pi Flapivirus.
The invaders come for us. Do not let them pass. For Kalimdor!
Yep, there goes Flappy Virus.
CC. Dodge. CC. Dodge. CC. Dodge.
Oh, dude, that was very stupid of me to try to just like tackle that dude in his face as he was blasting me.
Dodge. CC. 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 Dodge.
Oh my god, dude.
CC.
Okay. Fuck. That was a bad time to pop my, No, dude. Oh my god. My fucking... Oh, my mind bender. It's gonna take me forever to get that back. Come on, man.
CC. Pi Hyondo. CC. Dodge.
Ugh. You see how I avoided the thing? Heads up play by the healer.
CC. 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 Dodge. Dodge.
No, no, no. Ow! Fuck him, man.
Dodge.
No, 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 no. LOS that. Gonna LOS that. 2 of them gonna LOS that. LOS that. Yo, piss off, Afflicteds. I don't even think I have body and soul. I don't know why I just shielded him.
We will bury your heroes. You cannot escape. The hunt is eternal.
Pi Hyondo.
You cannot escape. Gods, hold them off. I will burn you alive.
Don't target me. Don't target me. Okay, good. What a goated intermission, dude.
Drop.
The hunt. You cannot escape.
Where are we going with this? Okay.
Targeted.
You cannot escape. You cannot escape. You cannot
Ow, dude!
You cannot escape. You cannot escape.
Don't gear disc is bad, shadow's good? Yeah, I know. I'm spreading that gospel this week. The little fucking tyrannical reign of Disc Priest has come to an end starting next week. They had fun being the only relevant priest spec for a few weeks, but there was another one. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Fuck. Not playing during elimination like a moron? Why not? Pitch me on fucking bright pupil.
Pi Hyondo. Fuck, we gotta go. I don't like all these fucking bats. Pi Flapivirus.
End. Knock. End.
Defeated.
Hold them off. We must prepare. Curtalos, they come for you.
They do.
Together we shall defeat them, Latosius.
Can we get to the safe spot here? Oop, that's not the safe spot.
Pi Hyondo.
Where's the guy? I don't even fucking see him. He's on top of me. Shit.
Fiends, you shall never have our world. I shall cleave you in twain.
3, 2, 1. Dodge.
Burn away! Burn away!
Three, 2, 1.
Burn away! Burn away! Enough! I'm tired of this. Ravencrest. Worthless husk. 10,000 years have not been kind. Now you. No. No. What do you... This is not my ancestors. Ilisana. No.
AoE.
Heroes, you must defeat him. You expect these worthless marbles to defy the
Pi Hyondo.
souls of my ancestors. To me, aid our
AoE.
champions.
Dance.
Where are they? I don't see them. I think they're both gone. Bro, fuck.
AoE.
I am struggling here. Oh my god, dude.
AoE. AoE.
Do I just fucking suck, man? What is going on here?
AoE. Dance.
I feel like health bars are not going the fuck up, man.
PI flapivirus.
AoE. 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 AoE.
Bro, like what the fuck? Why the fuck? Ah! Holy shit! Oh, we still need fucking count. Fuck. Action tracker weak aura. It's part of details, not a weak aura. Under broadcaster stuff. It's the action tracker here. No loot. Feels bad. Bro, I felt like I was not able to catch up at all on those phases. That was fucking weird. I felt like even when I had Mindbender out, nobody's health was going up. Okay. Well, we broke 3K, so that's cool. That's cool. That's neat. Anything that we want to do on Druid? Looks like fuck no. Ugh. There's this light in the bedroom. Hang on. Okay. Okay, looks like nothing on the druid, so let's go back to how do we get score? What's a score? Maybe a fucking Galakron's Fall because I'm being a bitch and avoiding that. Where is somebody who's timed one? Carzin, thank you for the resub, babe. 4 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Dot, babes. Fuck, there's a bunch of 23s and a 25, but I just want a 20. I want a 24. 24 is like, that's what feels good. Okay, I guess I signed up for this 23. They've timed to 24. Wait, that wasn't the group. There was a group that's timed something better than that, right? It was this group. Did Drew get 3,700? No, just nothing to do. Unless, oops, 299. It's probably not. Fuck, I don't know if this is the good one or not. I think this is the good one. Maybe. He's got a legendary, so easy. See, we're going fall. What up, Devocalize? How's it going today? Well, we've been kind of running out of shit to do on Druid, so we're starting to get our score up on Disc Priest. Okay, and fucking rejected by the dragon. Alright, excellent. Hey, squad. Remember how you were the first two guys in the group? And now you're the last two in the dungeon? It's a little weird, right? Hold on. Ah. You got reset. They walked into a different one. Okay. Don't need that anymore. Galakron's Fall. Do I need anything in this dungeon? I feel like I don't really need anything in this dungeon. God damn it, they keep resetting it. Stop resetting it. Ugh! This is the second time now they reset it when we're inside. What up, Daniel? Streams help you relax? Well, glad to hear it. They don't help me relax. Fuck me, man. Did he just reset right as we walked in? I swear the fuck to God, I'm being trolled. Alright, does anybody have considerably more or less eye level than anybody else in here? Okay, the tank's a bit low on the eye level, but otherwise, everybody's good.
The infinite Dragonflight has already infiltrated the Timeways. We must follow.
Fuck, it's fucking cold down here. Alright. I have no idea what kind of a poll we're doing in here, whether we're gonna go ham on first boss. Probably not. Probably just grabbing some shit, killing it. Any opinions about the recent tuning patch? Yeah. Shadow's gonna fucking own. It's gonna kill Disc Priest. Resto Druid rises. Easy.
The infinite Dragonflight has already infiltrated the Timeways. We must follow.
Oh, don't you worry. We'll find a way to stop them.
3, 2, 1. PI. Move. 3, 2, 1. Move.
Ow.
Three, 2, 1.
We will keep the reinforcements at bay while you take care of their commander.
Right. We've got your
3,
back.
2, 1. Move. 3, 2, 1. Move. 3, 2, 1.
Come on, pull it. God damn. Shit.
PI.
Shit. Oh, I dispelled an afflicted. I forgot. Fuck.
Targeted.
Shit, man. Bro, where was the other one? Okay, whatever the fuck, man. Okay. I have no idea what I'm doing in this ring.
The time ways are all misaligned.
The Infinites have done well covering their tracks. This will take us some time. Champions,
PI.
destroy any anomalies that appear.
Strand.
When do you think the Infinites went to, Nosdormu?
I do not know. They have often tried to corrupt the true timeline.
Must be far in the past, then. They risk unraveling all of time as we know it.
Indeed. And they will stop at nothing to ensure the rise of my darkest self. Resigned.
Fuck me, dude. Okay. Man. shit, man. Fuck being responsible for dispelling inflicted in this area. It's fucking annoying. There's only one other person that could do it in the group. I need to not be required to fucking dispel that shit right now.
PI.
No, it's not about the spells. It's about the GCD. I don't want to have to use the GCD. I want to have to hunt for the fucking health bar of the thing. Like, if I'm healing people in here, I'm healing people in here. I don't want to also then be turning around and fucking dispelling afflicteds and shit. All right.
PI.
I don't like that fight on Disc Priest. I mean, I don't like it on Druid either, but like on Disc Priest, I really don't like. On Druid, I feel like I can at least move around more. On Disc Priest, I feel like I'm standing still in the fucking light zone way too often. Did you guys already trigger the dragon? No?
4, 3, 2, 1.
You shall not interfere with our infinite dawn.
And you can just fucking mind suit that guy, can't you?
I have tracked the infinites to a place, a moment where I dare not tread.
You're not coming with us?
No, because he has true sight.
I shall be with you in a sense. But not as
I guess he does have true sight. I remember that now.
That corpse above us. It's
Okay.
He must have just fallen.
PI.
He was the biggest proto-dragon ever. His hunger nearly consumed all of dragonkind. Be careful. We've gone back before the aspects were even the aspects. We have to find the, proto-aspects. They'll know what to do. Uh-oh. That slime is full of necromantic power. Looks like we'll need to pop this up.
PI. Clear. Clear. Targeted.
God damn it, dude. Dude, fuck. Alright, man. Fuck being responsible for fucking dispelling shit. I mean, dispelling fucking guys on this fight and fucking trying to heal in that phase. Like, yeah. Is that going off? Oh, it didn't. Oh my god, okay.
Clear. PI. Targeted. Beam. Targeted. Beam.
God damn it.
Beam.
We face enemies above and below.
Nostormo! Alexstrasza! Everyone! The Infinites are here, and we have to stop them! They wanna... Oh, there's no time to explain.
Very well, little dragon. My friends, with me!
If Iridicron came here with the
Okay, so we
Infinites,
go the...
then they must be working together. Oh, that's bad. Really bad. Can you scout ahead? I'll be with you in a moment.
So,
3, 2,
the
1.
Titan's puppets have come to face me.
PI.
He's siphoning
Ow, ow.
For the future of Azeroth.
Looks maybe like the dragon saw
3, 2, 1.
Lost
Move.
ages. One which I shall
I need an opening to destroy that relic.
3, 2, 1. Move.
Okay, so I cannot meld this shit anymore.
champions of the Titans.
I feel a surge of energy.
I shall destroy you.
Heal Chromie.
Keep the pressure up.
Dance.
Defended by Earth.
Heal Chromie.
God, dude, god damn, like... Why do I just never
PI.
see that shit when it's out?
Deepa.
Okay.
I shall destroy you.
Heal Chromie.
The Titans.
Good dude. Oh, wow. Why does that hurt so much?
Dance.
Defended by Earth.
Dude, dying right as I pop my, Where is it, dude? Why is it over there?
Heal Chromie.
Earth's might.
This dude's definitely not phasing right.
Heal Chromie.
High energy.
PI.
Shit. I was not expecting him to phase right at that point. That was kind of crazy. Fuck was that? Shoulders? Hmm. Yeah, I kind of wonder if Night Elf isn't the play this season. I feel like Dwarf has not felt meaningful at all. I'm trying to think when it would feel meaningful. The other, okay, so Night Elf, Night Elf, Night Elf. Yeah, it looks like everybody's playing Night Elf anyway. Yeah, I gotta say, I do not feel like my, I don't feel like my, like right there having Night Elf for just for that boss felt would have been fucking tremendously different.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles, like you.
How to get the extended borders on the loading screen? That's 4K, I think. It's not even an ultra wide. That's just because I have a 16 by 9. It's just the 4K. Picture. Do you lose the spirit when you use the catalyst? Yeah. Any of the items from Fall or Rise that have like the extra shit on them, like Time Strike or Demon, whatever the hell, or Leech or Spirit, or anything that is part of that item gets removed if you catalyze it. How come none of the healer influencers are happy about the changes? Which changes? Like just the hot fixes? Well, it's weird. There's no way the Theon's not happy with it. I can understand Ellesmere not being happy with it because it doesn't really do anything for Holy Paladin. Like, it improves their damage a bit, but that's not really the problem with Holy Paladin right now. I would be sort of surprised that Jack wasn't happy with the changes to at least Disc Priest, or to Holy Priest, because those felt like they were, I mean, they were all buffs. So the only thing to be mad about is that something didn't get buffed as much as maybe you wanted. I think that's a fair assessment for Holy Paladins, that the buffs they got were kind of weird. The Holy Priest buffs felt like they were meaningful. They got several of their like big ticket heals buffed substantially. You know, this was not like 6% to fucking Prayer of Mending. Getting, you know, their big single target heals buffed by like 20%. I mean, that's a big deal. And they got their damage buffed a decent chunk. I mean, they didn't get Holy Fire buffed, which would have been like where you really saw that would have been the big oh shit if they'd have buffed Holy Fire again. But they've already buffed Holy Fire like 8 times this expansion, so at some point they got to calm down with that spell. But it felt like the Holy Priest buffs were good. The Resto Shaman buffs were like unnecessarily good. They did not need 5% more throughput. So I don't know if you were a Holy Priest player. I don't know why you'd be mad. If you were a Resto Shaman player, you should be like pinching yourself. For raiding, at least. I don't know if this makes Resto Shaman any more attractive in keys, but for raid, Resto Shaman is now, that will put, I think, Resto Shaman squarely in the number 2 healer role. And if Mistweaver ever gets the healing nerfs that it deserves, Resto Shaman could come out of this as the top HPS healer in raid. Don't think Jack likes the idea of playing Lightweaver again. Well, yeah, admittedly, if that pushes you back into like the single target whack-a-mole playstyle, I can understand why people wouldn't necessarily like that. If you've enjoyed playing, and I haven't really paid attention to what Holy Priests have played in raid, but if you've been playing like Prayer of Healing centric builds, or Circle of Healing, like things that are focusing on AoE healing, I could understand why you might not want to go back to heal, 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 heal. Now, having said that, I actually enjoyed that playstyle on Holy Priest when I was raiding back in Season 3 and Season 4. I feel like a healer that focuses on single target healing, I feel like you are more connected to the healing that you're doing with that playstyle. When I do like, you know, when I was playing like Resto Druid with Rejuve ramps or Disc Priest with Atonement ramps, you know that you're healing, but it's sort of in like in an abstract way. Like you see all your hots or your atonements on the raid, and you know you're hitting, you know, if you're Disc, you know you're slamming the boss, which is converting to healing. If you're on Druid, you know that your hots are all ticking. But if you feel sort of disconnected from it, like you know it's happening, but it doesn't really feel like you're doing it in the moment. You know that you've set up for it, but as the healing is happening, it I don't know. I don't feel like there's a strong sense of ownership of that healing. But when I was playing with Flash Concentration on Holy Priest, like you press your heal button, you watch someone's health bar go. You press the heal button, you watch someone's health bar go. And for me at least, there's something satisfying about that. Knowing that like I healed the shit out of that health bar. Like that one health bar was me. I fucking bombed that health bar. And that was the way the Holy Paladin used to be. Back when I played it in like Burning Crusade and Wrath, was you would just slam Holy Lights over and over and over again. And I think there was a similar feeling of like knowing that, yeah, I'm not really doing any like AoE healing, but my single target heals are so fucking insane that even if I have to go one by one around the raid, it adds up over time. And I mean, it's not for everybody, but I enjoyed it. Like I actually had fun raiding on Holy Priest. Those it was like a tier and a half that I raided on Holy, and I actually found myself enjoying it a lot more than I thought I would. Is my party frames just LVI? Like what you're seeing right now is just LVI, yeah. From what you got, from what he said on stream, you said it's nice, but disc is still better. Well, it would be nice if in any given season, disc and Holy Priest were like dead even, to where the choice between playing them was simply one of preference. But that's pretty unrealistic. I mean, to expect that disc and Holy in a given tier are going to be close enough that it just boils down to which one you enjoy playing more, you know, that's not a realistic expectation in WoW. There's a disc or Holy is always going to be better than the other. There will be a clear, if not decisive, winner. There have been some tiers where you could get away with playing either of them. One was probably better, but like you weren't griefing if you played the other one. There have been some tiers where you're fucking griefing if you played the other one. But I think every tier there's going to be one that's like, if you care about performance, you should play this. It may not be much better, but it is better. And I think we're getting closer to where Holy Priest is playable by those who enjoy playing Holy Priest without feeling bad for playing it. You know, like, yeah, I know I might be doing a bit more HPS and DPS on disc than Holy, but I'm not sandbagging by playing Holy. Who did you miss, by the way? I had several different subs. Wad, thank you for the resub, babe. 5 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the j.babes. Frapper, thank you for the resub, babe. 2 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the j.babes. And Claus, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to the j.babes. Why do the shaman buffs not make them more desirable in keys? I would say, so my assessment of shaman after the buffs probably doesn't change much from my assessment of shaman before the buffs, which was, I think the only way, and this kind of doubles for preservation evoker as well, although preservation evoker also struggles with the fact that AUG is very meta, so it's competing against its own class in keys. Shaman, I don't think is really competing against its own class. I don't think Ellie or Enhance are keeping Resto out of keys, but at this point, I think the only reason why you would bring a Resto Shaman is if your group just did not have a Bloodlust, which is really what Season 1, like back when you saw Resto Shaman being played in the MDI, Season 1, and Preservation Evoker, you saw them show up in the comps where there was no other Bloodlust. So the rest of those comps were either Prot Warrior or Prot Pally, and then most often it was Feral Druid, Shadow Priest, and Unholy DK. And so those comps did not have Bloodlust. Occasionally you'd swap in, I think a Warlock got brought in occasionally, and so you still needed a Bloodlust. And I want to say there was like one more spec that saw some playtime that season. But then, partway through that MDI season, you started seeing teams playing with Mage. And then they were, since they had a Bloodlust in their DPS comp, they were free to play other healers. And then Disc Priest started getting brought in order to PI the Mage. Or the DK, if you were playing that as well. But once you introduced a Bloodlust into that comp, then you stopped bringing Resto Shaman or Evoker. You started playing Disc Priest. If we get back to a point this season where you have a DPS lineup that features no Bloodlust, which I think would be more likely to happen in the MDI than on live keys, because I think in live keys, Mage and AUG are like, they're fucking locked in right now. But I could see the MDI having some specs show up that don't have Bloodlust. You know, like people have been seeing like Mirrors play Unholy DK. Maybe there's a chance like Unholy DK shows up again in the MDI, does like big blaster damage. or maybe some of the melee specs that do like good burst AoE. You know, if you've got like Havoc Demon Hunters in there, if the ret buffs are substantial enough, I don't know, maybe you bring ret or something with the Lego, some shit like that, you know. But maybe you end up with three non-bloodless specs, and then suddenly something like Resto Shaman or Preservation Evoker is looking a lot juicier. But I don't think the changes to Resto Shaman are enough to make it desirable over what some of the other healers can bring to your key right now. You know, if you look at like Resto Druid bringing Mark, or Monk bringing Mystic Touch, or Priest bringing PI, as well as like the group buffs, you know, like Fort, or like Monk bringing potentially like more healing done on the group, more avoidance for the group, things like that, then there's really not a strong case for Resto Shaman. Like why are you bringing Resto Shaman? Toast, thank you for the resub, babe. 27 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J-Babes. BM Hunter is probably a lock for MDI as well. You could maybe start seeing some Beastmaster. I suspect... What? I was actually thinking that you were going to ask for wings tonight.
How did you know?
Because it's just a football night, and you're going to want wings on a football night.
But is that okay?
No. Ah! It could be okay, maybe. I win. There's that new like sister site or whatever for Warcraft logs called Archon, and it does some sort of rudimentary analysis of the numbers on things. And one thing that's interesting about if you look on their site, they've got tier lists, and you can select which part of the tier, like which part of the things you want. So like right now, it says that for keys 20 and above, for DPS, Fire Mage, AUG, and Outlaw are S tier. And this is a combination of like the metrics they use here are a combination of damage, utility, and survivability. And then in the A tier, you've got Warlocks, Balance Druids, Havoc. And I think a part of what pushes like Havoc and Balance down is that there's competing specs on those classes. Like right now, if you play Mage, you're playing Fire, the end. If you play Evoker, you're playing AUG, the end. But if you play Demon Hunter, you could be Vengeance. And if you've got Chaos Brand in your group already with a Vengeance Demon Hunter, then Havoc, like part of what makes Havoc desirable, suddenly is removed. Same deal with Balance Druid. It's a good DPS spec, but you could bring a Resto Druid and get Mark of the Wild. Then you've kind of got your, you know, we'll bring these specs if I like the guy playing it type deal. But what is interesting about these entries is they show you how much DPS each of these specs is doing in the average key. And so what's notable is there's some specs like down here in the B tier that are doing pretty competitive DPS, but they're in the B tier for probably the either utility or survivability reasons. Hunter, probably a combination of those things. BM doing pretty good damage. I mean, it's like here with Balance Druid in terms of the DPS contributes, just only slightly behind like Destro Lock. But it's not bringing you much in the way of utility. About its only purpose in a key right now Technically, they have that fucking 5% buff when you're above 80% thing, which, whatever. It's a Bloodlust class, but again, 2 of the 3 S tier specs in the game right now are also Bloodlust classes. So, you know. But what is interesting is these changes that are coming in on Tuesday. They are buffing. Let's see. So they're buffing Frost by 4%. So if we look at Frost DK, 4% of 226k on average, probably not moving the needle much. That would push it up to like 230 something. And that's still on the low end of the B tier specs. Unholy's getting buffed by 4%. That's a little more considerable here. That buff for this class pushes it up closer to 250k. And while that's still below a lot of the S and A tier specs, it is now pushing it on the higher end of the B tier specs. Again, Blood DK, I think their survivability is fine. It's that utility part that Unholy DK is going to struggle with. But then some of the others, you look at some of these other guys in the B tier. So nobody in here got touched. The S or the A tier specs, nobody got touched on that. But the some of these B tier specs, when you see, let's see, so Rhett was doing 245k and it got several buffs. Who else got buffs? Did either the Shaman specs get buffs? No, they didn't. Okay, so Shaman untouched, unfortunately. None of these guys get touched. But Shadow gets several buffs. Especially down here, the apparition damage and the psychic link should improve their damage. And again, they're one of these specs where the value they bring to the key is their own DPS, but then also the fact that they're like a PI for one of the S tier specs. And so they get to kind of, if they're going to enter the meta, they get to kind of piggyback off of the popularity of Fire Mage. But anyway, all this is to say, some of these specs in the B tier that you don't really see in high keys very much right now, their DPS is high enough that they might be attractive in an MDI setting where you don't necessarily care about survivability as much, because usually where survivability is most punished for a lack of it is on bosses, because there's really no way to mitigate boss damage by the way you play. Like you can't work your way around boss damage. You either can survive it or you can't. Trash pulls, for instance, you could maybe like skip certain things. Like if you have a bunch of tanky fuckers in your group, maybe you could do certain pulls that you otherwise wouldn't do. But if you don't have those guys in your group, maybe you could like swap some pulls around, or lust for safety rather than speed, or whatever. And with when you're dealing with trash mobs, a lot of times you can like game plan around lack of survivability on a spec. But with bosses, there's really no way around that. In the MDI, the bosses you're just never going to get that high level of boss. And so usually you're not that concerned about dying to just straight boss damage. Now, there have been a few seasons in the MDI where they'll throw like a tyrannical key at you that's relatively high level compared to some of the other keys in a dungeon that's a pain in the ass, and the boss is actually a little scary. But you could take some specs like Windwalker, or maybe like Unholy or Beastmaster, and these specs that are like maybe just outside of A tier because they don't bring some of the utility or survivability. In the MDI, maybe the emphasis goes a lot more to damage, and some of these guys jump up the list. With these new SP and rep buffs, I guess Mage will become unplayable. Now, why would you think Mage would be unplayable? if anything, I feel like some of these buffs further cement Mage's spot in the group. You think they're going to bring Shadow Priest and kick Mages out of the group? That, like, defeats the whole fucking purpose. If Shadow Priest gets buffed to being meta, Fire Mages should be like, fuck yeah! With these new... Oh, I see. Caught the fish. Dude, you just never know, man. Twitch chat. You just never know with Twitch chat, man. I guarantee you there's some people out there that saw Shadow Priest and Rat buffs and they're like, oh, fucking, you're just going to start bringing fucking Ret and Shadow and Balance Druid. Now, what will be interesting is I wouldn't be surprised if you see basically a mirrored comp, but you just swap the rules around. So I really wouldn't be surprised by like a twin meta that occurs where one of the comps is Vengeance, like both comps would be Vengeance, Mage, Aug, and then in one comp you have Resto, Shadow, and in the other comp you have Disc, Balance, and there's really not, by like flipping around which of those is healers and which of them are damage, you don't unlock significantly more utility one way or the other. Because like most Resto Druids aren't taking kick at the moment, and Disc doesn't have one. And both Shadow and Balance are not bringing significant kicks to the group. And then as far as like the rest of the utility, there's really nothing that Balance or Shadow is doing that you can't do. Like most of their utilities in the general tree, where Resto or Disc could get the same things, and vice versa. So I think you would have like a locked in tank, and like Aug Mage will be indispensable, but you could see both Resto and Shadow paired together, or Balance and Disc paired together, and it wouldn't necessarily, like, both of those things will work. Don't think PI is as valuable to Mage as this to Boomy, though? No, but I think the difference may not be that big of a deal. Like, I mean, one of the comps may be numerically superior, but I don't think it'll be to such an extent that you're just like, oh, you know, if somebody wants to play Resto Shadow, they're just going to get gapped by Disc Boomy. Could that depend on the dungeon swap between Disc and Resto? I mean, it could, but you're probably not getting a group that's like that flexible. I don't know that there's ever been a push group that has aggressively swapped classes between dungeons. I think the closest thing to it, I think Tanner and Andy in like season, what was it? Season 3 Shadowlands. I think Tanner played Resto Shaman in some dungeons, but then there were some dungeons where he was like, you just got to play Holy Pally in here. Other than that, I don't know that there's really been ever any groups where you've been like swapping specs. Dux, thank you for the sub, babe. Appreciate it, and welcome to the jdotbabes. What was the incredibly broken strat with Mages stealing a buff in Blackrook? Yeah, I don't even know if that still works. I haven't tested that in a while, but yeah, you would hold Oh, I'm already on Black Rogue. You would mind control this dude. And you needed a DK. It got fixed back in Legion? Okay. I was gonna say, I imagine if it still worked, people would be doing it, so I doubt it does. But you would the DK would take this dude because he's undead. So all the mobs in here are undead. Like all the humanoid looking fuckers are undead in here. So a DK, and preferably a blood DK, so he doesn't have to lose a valuable pet. A blood DK would mind control this ad, and he would walk around with it. And then the ad would start buffing itself with Arcane Blitz, which increases its damage done. And then periodically the DK would drop the pet, let it go aggressive. The mage, it would keep that buff when it went hostile, and the mage would spell steal the buff. And you could stack that buff up like insanely high. And then when you were ready, so you'd like stack it up before a boss, you'd get the mage doing like fucking 5x damage or some shit. And then you'd pull the boss, and the mage would like literally kill the boss in like 30 seconds. Mages would play Arcane with that, and you could just dump so much of your damage in on the opener that you could delete like bosses in the high 20s. I mean, literally, they'd be done in like the space of a bloodlust. And then you just re-MC the mob, and you'd run it back to the next boss. And it took time to do it. It was not a super efficient strat, but it made bosses go so fucking fast that there was no way. My group did not do this because back in the MDI in Legion, they had a different rule set where you had to lock in all. So you still played three dungeons per round, but you had to lock in your spec for all 3 dungeons at the start. And it had to be the same spec for all 3 dungeons. So if you chose mage for BRH, you had to lock yourself in for mage and the other 2 dungeons as well. And mage was not a strong spec in the other dungeons. It basically guaranteed that you would win BRH if you played mage and the other team didn't, but then you had to play mage in the other 2 dungeons. And it was likely a worse pick than something else than you could run in those dungeons. So when we did MDI that season, our comp, I think we actually played like the same fucking comp every dungeon, which was Blood DK, Resto Druid, Warlock, double Windwalker. This was back when you could run 2 of the same spec. And we would not take mage in BRH because, first off, I don't think anybody on our team could really play mage very well. But we also felt like our comp was good enough in the other dungeons that we could just accept the loss in BRH and then beat your ass. If you were using a mage in the other dungeons, we were going to beat your ass in the other 2 dungeons with Warlock, double Windwalker. So every time we played a round in that Legion tournament that involved BRH, we knew we were going to lose that if the other team picked mage. The other team, and it wasn't even a thing where like the other team, if they died one time and wiped, we could maybe take the dungeon from them. The other team had to basically go AFK for like 10 minutes for us to win the dungeon. Like it made bosses so ridiculously fast that as long as the other team employed the strategy at all, they won. You just couldn't ever catch up to that team. But we would just eat the loss in BRH and then go beat you in the other 2 dungeons. And that worked for us. We never actually lost. I think we played BRH 2 or 3 times in that tournament. I think like once in NA regionals and then once or twice in globals, and we won all the series, and we lost BRH each time. Like we had a 0% win rate in BRH, but we won every series that BRH was in. Didn't someone lose with it? Well, there were some series where both teams played mage, so somebody was going to play mage and lose. I don't know if anybody lost where one team was playing mage and the other one wasn't, but maybe. There was the level of competition in Legion MDI was quite a bit more disparate than it is now. The MDI has gotten much better about having teams that are much closer in terms of skill level with each other. Back then, you had some teams that were not great. It was basically a bye in the first round if you got them in a tournament. Have to use Arcane, but then you'd lose because you're using Arcane. I actually don't remember if you had to lock in your... You didn't have to lock in your spec. You just had to lock in your class. So I think you could play Fire in the other dungeons. Because I know in the EU... In the EU regionals, I remember there was Upper Kara where... Method EU played... Who the fuck did they play? And Imba, the healer for Method EU, played Prot Pally, because he was going to play Holy in the other dungeons. But he played Prot Pally in that dungeon, and the Holy Pally for the other team played Ret. So each of the Paladins played a more DPS focused spec instead of Holy in that dungeon, and then they played Holy in the other dungeons in that series. So you weren't locked into playing Arcane in every dungeon, but you were locked into playing Mage, and Mage was just not... It wasn't a very competitive spec that season. Like, it wasn't bad. You weren't... It wasn't... You know, it wasn't the equivalent of, like, showing up on fucking Feral Druid for the other dungeons, but there were objectively better DPS specs to play that would do noticeably more damage than Mage, and you were at a disadvantage if you had to play Mage in the other dungeons. Okay. Do we have any keys in here that we can get done on Druid? 2 Murazon's Rise. 1 that's been timed. The keyholder is done at 24. And 1 where the keyholder is done at 26. Neither of which inspires a great deal of confidence. Casually shaming Feral. I'm trying to think. If you had to pick historically the worst Mythic Plus spec, if you were going to use an example of a spec that's like never been good in keys, I'm trying to think what that would be now. It used to be Enhance was high on that list, but Season 1 kind of elevated them. Survival used to be high on that list, but then they were insanely meta back in Shadowlands. Ret used to be on that list, but they've had a bit of a glow up. They still haven't really been meta this expansion, but they've at least been playable. You could definitely do keys with Ret Pally. I think it might be Feral Druid now. Arcane Mage Arcane Mage gets kind of slept on as a bad spec because it's a mage, and the other mages have been so fucking good that I think people tend to forget that Arcane really has never been meta at all. Mistweaver, certainly among the healer specs, but among all specs in the game, Mistweaver has at least had a few seasons. Like, in season 1 BFA, it was doing world first keys. There's been some DPS specs that have never been at that level. Arms Warrior, maybe. Yeah, Arms. I mean, honestly, and Fury. Like, Arms and Fury. But the thing is, I don't think Arms and Fury have ever been, like, dog shit. There's been some seasons where some of the other specs have been, like, dog shit. But definitely not AF. AF was the king of Legion. AF, like, ruled the first 2 years of Mythic Plus. Ellie Shaman? Nah, Ellie was good in BFA too. Ellie had a stretch in BFA where it was a very, very good DPS spec. Now, admittedly, not super long stretch, but again, there's been specs that have never been like the best. Ellie Shaman was a very good DPS spec. In fact, I felt bad for Ellie in BFA because there was at least one MDI tournament where if the only thing you cared about was damage, Ellie Shaman probably would have gotten played. The problem was you couldn't be a Night Elf. You couldn't be a Night Elf Ellie Shaman. And in BFA, all of your strats revolved around being able to meld shit off. And so I remember, I think it was Petco. I think it was Petco. And one of the MDIs insisted on playing Ellie Shaman. And his team was fast, but you would get to the point in the dungeon where one team would do a pull and then meld and skip it, and his team would have to like finish the pull. They couldn't meld because he was playing Ellie Shaman. And they just started falling behind because their route sucked because they had to play an Ellie Shaman. Even though the Ellie Shaman was fucking blasting, it couldn't meld, and it had to kill mobs that the other team didn't. And it would start getting gapped on the route. But if it had just been about which spec was doing like the most damage, Ellie Shaman was popping the fuck off that season. But yeah, I don't know. If I had to just pick one spec to be representative of like this spec is never good, it's always shit. Feral Druid might be... Now, Feral got a slightly more interesting this expansion because it was super meta in the MDI Season 1. So you still didn't bring it to high keys, but it was at least like blasting in the MDI. Which counts for something. Feral was in Season 1. Again, the MDI, yes. High keys, not really. People still weren't bringing Feral Druids to high keys that season. It was a good... bursty spec that made it a good damage profile for MDI, but you brought other shit in high keys. What about Devastation Evoker for shittiest spec? I mean, you can't really pick a spec that's existed for like what, fucking 15 months or something. But yeah, it would probably be at this point like Feral or Arcane or honestly, Marks Hunter, I don't know, has ever really been... I don't know that Marks has ever been meta. A lot of it's because Marks is like squishy as fuck. And it just always gets dumpstered in high keys. Marks in Legion? I don't think it was ever like meta in Legion. It certainly was the best it's I think ever been in Legion, but I don't know that it was ever meta in Legion. Like the world first groups weren't really playing it much. But yeah, I feel like Blizzard's done a better job of rotating in some of the worst specs. There's still, though, some that could use a season. And that's like, when they say they're buffing like Ret this season, I'm like, it should be meta. If there was ever going to be a season where Ret was meta, it like has to be this season. They have a fucking legendary. Holy Pally's not great. Prop Pally is good, but Vengeance is like more meta. I feel like if there was ever going to be a season where you would be like, if I'm bringing a Paladin, it's going to be Ret. I feel like it has to be this season. So I kind of hope they get buffed up to being meta, because if you have a season where your class has a fucking two-handed legendary and you're still not meta, I don't know how you ever move past that. What do I expect to see from healers in MDI? That's a good question. I think it depends a lot on just what the DPS meta is. Well, I don't think you see Holy Pally. I don't think you see Preservation Evoker, like, no matter what, unless something really weird happens. I don't think you see Holy Priest. Resto Shaman, I think you only see if a DPS comp emerges that has no Bloodlust, which I think is unlikely, but possible. If you get 3 DPS with no Bloodlust, I think you could see Shaman sneak in there. But I wouldn't expect that. So I think you're looking at the same 3 healers that are meta right now on live being the most likely picks in the MDI. And then I think some of that comes down to for Mistweaver, I think Mystic Touch is largely irrelevant for whether you bring them or not. You'd have to have a weird comp. There'd have to be something strange going on in the meta for Mystic Touch to be like, oh fuck yeah, we got to bring that type thing. That would have to be like the arms buff this week made them insane or something, and you were seeing like Rogue Warrior Enhanced Shaman or something as your DPS comp, and then you're like, yo, we're bringing the Monk for Mystic Touch. But I don't think that's going to be the case. But I could see Mistweaver getting played because in a similar fashion to Way of the Crane MDI, where the ability for Monk to just spin and do several 100,000 DPS with like its eyes closed, maybe you do some massive fucking pulls in the MDI, and Mistweaver is just like, just makes it really safe in a way that other healers don't. So I could see Mistweaver becoming meta on the strength of its ability to damage and heal at the same time. If you just do, I actually tried to get Ryson to play Mistweaver season 1. I tried to get Rice. I remember messaging him and being like, bro, you gotta try Mistweaver. It was in I wanted him to play Mistweaver in what was the name of that dungeon? Ruby Life Pools. So I was like, bro, because everybody was doing one big pull, or they were doing 2 pulls into the first boss. So they were doing like 1 pull, killing it, and then dragging the rest of the trash into the first boss. And I remember being like, dude, with a Mistweaver, I think you could just go everything on the boss and spin it. I think you could just tag it, run into the boss room, LOS it in, bring it on boss, and your Monk could just spin, and you wouldn't have to break it into 2 pulls. And he ultimately ignored me, and that's fine. But those are the kind of pulls that I think if a Monk could do it and another healer couldn't, or a Monk just made it way more consistent. Otherwise, I think you're looking at either Disc or Resto. And I think that will depend on what the meta is. If you don't have a balanced druid in your comp, I think Resto Druid starts looking pretty attractive. If you have a balanced druid in your comp, then I think Disc Priest is your highest damage dealing. Like, that's going to unlock the most damage for your comp. I could also see this being a season similar to the last MDI, where there were like 2 or 3 healer specs in rotation, and just depending on what dungeon you played. If it was a dungeon where there wasn't a lot of trash and it was like all boss dam, then you play 1 healer because you don't care about doing like massive trash AoE. Like Mistweaver would not be good in a dungeon like that for speed. But then if it's a dungeon where it's just like infinity trash, shitloads of mob density, you know, if it was a dungeon like, I'm trying to think of one where you could just drag a shitload of trash onto every boss. Maybe like a tall, you know, if you could like go first boss with trash, like you go like Alunza with all the trash in her room, and then you like snap a shitload of stuff onto a Razan and do Razan with trash. And I don't really think it makes sense to do trash on Volkal or Yasma, but I could see some like mega fucking pulls in there where Monk would make you feel good. Could see this MDI having groups with no AUG. I actually don't think we'll see AUG at all in the MDI. Unless there's something weird now. Like, unless there's something weird that Evoker gives you. Like if a tank is like, oh, I can't do these pulls unless I have the AUG buff on me. Some shit like that. I think AUG is just straight up slower. Now, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe AUG makes like Mage Boomkin do so much fucking AoE damage that it's still competitive with other comps, but I feel like when you run triple DPS, it's just faster than AUG, and you won't need the AUG for survivability in the MDI. So I would not expect to see AUG in the MDI. But you know, I think we're gonna have a shitload of experimentation from teams, especially with this most recent round of tuning. Blizzard kind of snuck in a last minute significant wave of buffs to some specs right before MDI starts. So my suspicion is when Tournament Realm opens, you're going to get a lot of teams in there just running some low 20s dungeons with a bunch of different DPS comps, just seeing what feels good, what seems to blast. I think if I were testing, I think my methodology would be to do Galakrond's Fall and just do all the trash on first boss with each of my comps. I feel like that'll tell you a lot about how good your group comp is, because there's a lot of trash, but like one prio target. And so you'll see like which of your groups can do big AoE damage, but then do like nothing to the boss, and the boss lives forever. So it's like fake damage. And then you'll see which of your groups do like really good boss damage, but they don't kill the trash fast enough, so the trash starts getting unruly. And then you'll have some comps that are able to like melt the trash, and at the end of like when the trash is all dead, the boss is already pretty low. And then I think if you can find a comp that achieves that, where you kill the trash in like a timely fashion, and the boss is gotten chunked down in that time, then that's our damage profile right there. That's what we want. Is you can kill the trash quickly and do significant damage to the prio target. What do I enjoy more, TGP or MDI? MDI. I think you can be a lot more creative with your pulls in the MDI. TGP is Not that you can't do some crazy shit in Great Push, but you're more limited. But just by the nature of the dungeons, when the keys start getting higher, some pulls are just off limits. Like shit's just gonna kill you if you try to drag it into another pack, or a boss is gonna kill you if you drag trash onto it. And in the MDI, you start to see there's like more stuff that's like in bounds. You have more options for what to do with pulls and how you combine it, which to me is a lot more interesting, seeing how teams route through the dungeon. Like the Great Push tends to put an emphasis on, or I should say the wow moments in the Great Push are when groups live something. And I don't necessarily find it exciting for a group to pull a big trash pack and then be like, is anybody gonna fucking die by, is somebody gonna get one shot here? Let's find out. I like the MDI because you see groups pull just like a crazy amount of shit together, and yeah, maybe they die to it, but usually it's because they like missed CCs and this shit started like chain reacting, like a domino effect, and the pull goes sideways on you. But it wasn't just like everybody, there's about to be an AoE ability and everybody's health bar is going to go to 5% no matter what they do. Let's see if they live. What's the most cursed affix combo in the MDI? With current affixes, probably like Sanguine and probably like Sanguine Bolstering, I would think. Probably Sanguine Bolstering. Historically, the most cursed affix combo would have probably been Necrotic and probably Necrotic Bolstering. Necrotic was so fucking bad for MDI. Holy shit. And Bolstering was super fucking bad for MDI. Bolstering had some of the cringiest ass routes. I mean, current Bolstering sucks, but Bolstering is also just like... it's almost hard to believe, but for as bad even as current Bolstering is, it's been so much worse than the past. It's been so much worse in the past. And, it used to be that trash would bolster bosses. So anytime you got bolster in a dungeon in the MDI, you just had to completely change your route because you would pull trash onto, I would say in the MDI, like probably over 50% of the time you're trying to figure out a way to pull trash on a boss. About the only time you don't pull trash on a boss in the MDI is if you just literally can't. If you have a boss like last boss in Murazon's Rise, Deus. Like you literally have to kill the only trash pack that exists in the area in order to unlock the boss. You just could not pull trash onto it, even if you wanted to. But unless a boss like that exists, like Yasma in Ataldazar, where you have to kill all the other bosses to unlock Yasma, and then there's like nothing really on the way to her. Unless there's a boss that's just like impossible to pull trash on it, you're gonna figure out a way to get something onto the boss to make the route more efficient. And when you were playing Bolstering, you just couldn't, except for our fucking sick route at BlizzCon, where we did Freehold with double Sub-Rogue, and we pulled trash onto every boss with Bolstering, and we just used double Sub-Rogue to murder the boss before the trash died. And it was probably the ballsiest route I've ever run in a tournament, and it fucking worked, and I loved it. I miss damage profiles like old Sub-Rogue because you had to play bosses more creatively. You had to avoid killing the fodder around the prio mob so that the prio damage class could murder it. Do I think some classes need an extra defensive? You know, I was actually thinking about doing, I don't know if it'd be like a video or a write-up or something, but a little like manifesto of how Mythic Plus could be improved going forward. Into like next expansion or whatever. Like things you could change systematically about Mythic Plus that I think would improve the experience for everybody. And one of the things that I think Mythic Plus sorely needs is a either significantly diminished scaling or a cap on the scaling that enemy damage receives as it goes up. Similar to what they've done, or maybe identical to what they've done with things like bursting or spiteful, where beyond a certain key level, it just stops going up. And or it needs to be that like mob health scales way faster than mob damage does, so that you run into the point where you can't time a key because everything just lives too long before you run into the point where you can't time a key because you're getting one shot by things. And to me, that's a big part of the I would say it's one of the biggest pain points in high key pushing is hitting that wall on your chosen spec where you're just like, I can't live anymore. We've reached the point in keys where I either have to do ridiculously cringy shit like stacked verse when verse is awful for my class, wear a defensive trinket that gimps my damage, put on flasks that fuck my damage. You know, you're just like having to do all these things that are really sweaty, or you could just play like one of the 3 specs that can live it. And then that's the meta. Or you play the 3 specs that can live it. The end. And that sucks. Unless you play one of those 3 specs. I think instead, you just need to cap or severely reduce the amount of scaling that enemy damage receives as you go up. And so boss mechanics just are never reach the point of instant lethality. Instead, you just start getting everything is like a health sponge, and it takes forever to kill it. And you have to start figuring out ways to go faster in the key by pulling more shit, being more aggressive, optimizing your damage. But you never have to worry about getting just clapped by a mechanic and falling over. Because I don't think that's good for the game. I don't think it's... And I think it's a... I think one-shots or near one-shots are a significant barrier to entry in high keys, because I think it makes people really fucking anxious to queue for a high key. I think when you get to the point where you're worried that a mechanic will just kill you, it makes you really reluctant to queue into that key, because you don't want to be the guy that shows up on like first boss. Like I was doing keys with Robin yesterday, and we did a 28 throne, and we were in there with an evoker who just didn't have enough survivability to live first boss. If he didn't have some defensive up, he got killed by the lightning. And that's like one of the worst feelings. There's got to be one of the worst feelings in High Mythic Plus is when you get to a boss and you get one shot and you know that there's just nothing else you can do. Especially in that key, because you're just fucked. Like you can't fix it. Once you've started the key, you get in there, you get clapped by the thing and you die. You're just like, if you res me, I'll die again. You don't res me, because if you do, I still don't have a defensive. I will die again. So just leave me dead. And I don't think anybody should ever have to feel that way when they play the game. Now, there should certainly be some abilities that require you to use a defensive to live through them. But those should be abilities that happen, you know, once a minute or something. Not like this is the ability that the boss casts 3 times in sequence every fucking 20 seconds. And we've had seasons where there have not really been one-shot mechanics because the timers relative to the mob health were tight enough that you would never get to that level of key to where the boss damage was high enough to be lethal. You got stuck several key levels below that because you just couldn't go fast enough to time the key. And I think every season's a coin flip right now as to whether we get a season where you get one shot or a season where you miss timer because things have too much health. I think the system should just be permanently changed to be, we will always get to the point where you miss the timer because mobs have too much health, long before we get to the point where you deplete the key because you're just going to get farmed by a boss over and over and over again. I think that's more interesting. I think it's a more interesting play style, and puts the emphasis back on the parts of the game that people want emphasis. Nobody likes pulling up a website to see, does this mechanic one-shot me? People like pulling up raid bots and saying, which of these trinkets lets me do the most damage? You know, what stat combination can I put on my rings to do the most damage to a boss? Or, do I prioritize AoE damage? Do I prioritize single target damage? Do I try to get a mix of both? Nobody wants to be simming their character to see if they get one shot by a lightning bolt or not. That's not the kind of simming anybody wants to do. And I think so. Anyway, yeah, I think that the system should be redesigned so that you basically can't reach that point. That the scaling in the keys is changed somehow to make it so that you just, mobs could never hit that hard to make you worry about being one shot by the spammable mechanics that occur in a key. And I think that would fix a lot of shit. I think that would make keys more fun. I think it would make them more approachable. Get more people interested in doing them. Make people less anxious about doing them. So the cap's 25 instead of 31. I mean, the numbers in a key are meaningless. Like the level of key. I mean, it's just an arbitrary fucking number that you put on a key. That's all people see. But then change the scaling of it. Like, that's just it. You could change the scaling. Like, right now, you could just make it so that boss health is capped. Or boss damage, or all damage that mobs do in a key is capped at the damage done in a level 25 key. Where I don't think... At level 25, I don't think anybody in, like, 485 plus gear is in danger of being one-shot by something if they have a defensive up. And the only mechanics that they're going to die to in one shot at that level are the ones that they absolutely should have a defensive up every time for, and they just don't use it. So if you capped keys right now at the damage being done on a 25, you would still be able to do the 30s, but it would be just a lot less scary when you fought bosses. A lot less worrying about, am I going to get one shot? There might be a few dungeons. Like, I'm trying to think of the dungeons that are limited strictly by their one shots where you still have a lot of timer left. Like, Atal would probably get a bit freer. Waycrest would probably get a bit freer. Maybe BRH. But Murazond wouldn't really be any easier to time, I don't think. I don't really think you're ever worried about getting one shot in Rise necessarily. It's just like, man, no matter how much shit we pull, we're slow. Same deal in Throne. I mean, Throne, there is some one shot, but even still, even if you play it clean in Throne, there's plenty of times where you have a few deaths here and there and you get to the last hallway and you're like, fuck me, we have like 5 minutes to do the hallway and the boss. Like, our timer's just shit. And I think those types of depletes, I think, are, I mean, nobody likes depleting a key, but I think it's a lot more encouraging when you felt like you played clean in a dungeon and you were just slow, because there's always like ways to, you can always like pull more shit, you know? You can always open your MDT back up and be like, all right, we were missing 2 minutes in this key. How do we shave 2 minutes off of our route? What can we combine? How can we do pulls together? Is there anything we can drag onto a boss? Are there any ways we can start RP early? Shit like that. And it feels a lot more fixable rather than, fuck, my character is incapable of surviving first boss. How do I, like, put on different gear so that I don't die to it? Like, that is such a shitty method of optimization for a key of like, how do I make my character not get fucking globaled? And for what it's worth, you don't really see the Race to World First ever have to deal with like one shots. Certainly there are mechanics that hurt a lot and you spend time trying to figure out how you're going to live it. Like, but a lot of that is like, how do we make our healing CDs fit here? Like, we could heal this mechanic for sure, but then we have to pull a CD off of another part in the fight, and then that part of the fight's going to kill us. But it's not like you're in danger of getting one shot. It's that you just got to figure out how you're going to get the HPS. Like, you have a finite amount of HPS you can do in the raid based on where you use cooldowns. You have to reconfigure where you're using your CDs in order to make sure that you have enough juice to live. Where are we putting our defensive cooldown? You know, where's our AMZ going? Where's our darkness going? Okay, it feels nice to drop AMZ here, but is it necessary? You know, is anybody going to die if we don't? Could we just heal better?
Reminder that the cars just got picked up to be towed down there, so we'll hopefully be able to pick it up today, but they close at 5.
Okay. But that's one of the, I think, advantages of raiding, is that you just, the boss is the boss. There's no fucking scaling. I mean, there's scaling from like heroic to mythic or whatever, but the boss just hits however hard it hits, and you figure out what you need to live that boss. Like what, and nobody ever needs to wear like cringy shit. Like no spec ever needs to like stack verse to live, you know, Sark, or whatever. Everybody always gears for throughput in raid. It's just a question of like, how do we use our abilities to live through this shit? Nobody's ever putting on fucking tank trinkets to live shit in raid. They're just trying to figure out how to optimize their throughput. And that to me is the biggest disconnect between raiding and Mythic Plus when you start pushing, is that throughput stops being enough in keys. It just becomes a binary, I live or I don't live when I get hit by this mechanic. And you can't heal through it, you just have to survive it. And that's not fun. Nobody's ever worried about getting like fucking one shot by shit in raid unless you fucked up a mechanic. You know, if you like when you get one shot in raid, it's because somebody did something wrong, and then you take huge damage. But you never worried about a boss randomly globaling you with an unavoidable mechanic in raid. And I think that's a much better system. And I wish you had more of that Mythic Plus. And I think it's, you know, you you look back at challenge modes from MOP and WAD, and there were a lot of people that enjoyed that shit. And that was, like, to me, that's the idea. That's more the vibe I want from Mythic Plus is there's a difficulty, and there's probably a healthy debate that could be had between I want my keys to scale versus I want a fixed difficulty. But personally, I think I would maybe more enjoy a fixed difficulty of dungeon, and then the only thing you're trying to do is figure out how you can go faster. I know how hard all these mechanics are going to hit. No matter how many times I do this dungeon, they're all going to hit the same as they did the week before and the week before that. You could... Personally, I liked normalized gear in challenge modes, but, you know, you could, if they wanted to do, you know, that your gear translates into that, that's not going to be a deal breaker for me. But I actually liked the fact that they normalized gear in challenge modes. But then the focus of the dungeon is how do we fucking blast, you know? Not how do we live this shit? Like, that is not a fun game to play. How do I live this shit? How do I fucking blast this shit? Is the question everybody wants to be asking in a key. How do I do more deeps? How do I open up a can on this trash pack? And that's what you get with a fixed key level, or at least scaling on boss or on mob damage that's significantly lower than it is now. And that's what I've always enjoyed about the MDI, is that the key level is low enough that I'm never worried about getting fucking globaled by shit. I can focus on just slamming shit. And yeah, it's dangerous still, but whenever you look at your death log in the MDI, it's never like 100% damage event, 0%. When you die in the MDI, you have a death log that's like, you know, scrolls halfway up the page, and it's like, you know, we ran into the pool, I was 89%, I got chunked down to 50, I leached back up to 60, I got chunked back down to 30, I popped a defensive, healed back up to 70, I get dropped back down to 15, and there was always, you know, movement there, and then you ultimately succumb to things. But when you push keys, very often it's just like 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, damage event, dead. Am I doing MDI this season? Potentially. Still in discussion. Had a few teams fall through. What about disentangling the health and damage scaling of mobs? Yeah, and that's basically what I was saying, where they need to slow down the scaling of damage and keys. Either cap it, which I'd be okay with at a certain level, and they've done that with affixes. They've capped any of the affixes that like do damage to you. They've capped that. They've capped spiteful. They've capped bursting. Before they got rid of it, they capped grievous. There's a certain point where those affixes stop doing more damage as the key level goes up. And I would be okay with them doing that in Mythic Plus, where you hit a level beyond which mob damage does not increase anymore. Or, at the very least, they need to not make mob damage scale at the same level, at the same rate as their health. Because then it's just like a 50-50 whether the season ends up being a season where you get one shot or a season where you deplete because of timer. And I don't want a season to be like that, where I don't know what the bottleneck in keys is going to be. Do I think tankiness should be homogenized across all specs? Well, homogeneity is a bad word at Blizzard. They don't like that shit. So I don't think that you'll ever get that. And that's just that's a subjective thing. Some people want there to be differentiation. It is, at the end of the day, it is an RPG. And one of the sort of fundamental tenets of an RPG is that you should have distinct sort of archetypes. And you can debate how distinct they need to be, but if everything has the same level of survivability, does the same level of healing or damage, at a certain point it gets pretty hard to make specs feel different. But I don't necessarily mind certain specs being more or less tanky, but it shouldn't be the reason why one of them gets invited to a key. Like if we're at a point where one spec is so much tankier than another, or that the tankiness is so important that that's the singular reason why somebody's getting invited to a group over somebody else, then that's a problem. And to me, the way you fix that is simply by making defensives not be as important as they are now, by reducing mob damage. If shit was never threatening enough to one-shot you, people wouldn't care as much about survivability. It wouldn't be a talking point. You know, when you go do normal raid, heroic raid, nobody gives a shit about your defensives because it doesn't matter. You don't need them. None of the damage is ever threatening enough to kill you. Even if you don't press shit, you know, you're not going to die to anything in heroic raid unless you stand in a mechanic that you're not supposed to stand in. And so it would be the kind of thing where defensives would become, maybe somewhat cosmetic. There'd still be some defensives that were important. You know, if you have an immunity, that'd be a big deal. Some defensives are pretty fucking, you know, diffuse magic. When you get up to a 60% reduction, that's meaningful. But some of the shit like Barkskin, Divine Protection, you know, the shit gives you 20%. That would stop being nearly as meaningful. Do I think it's more fun to not get invited because your spec does 10% less damage than the top specs? Not necessarily, but I think Blizzard does a better job of tuning that. Or Blizzard at least attempts to tune around that shit, even if they don't do as good of a job as they could or should do. I don't feel like Blizzard really takes much of a meaningful look at the other shit that classes have more than like once an expansion. You'll get some tuning to like utility and defensives and that kind of shit, like between expansion. You know, when you're in beta, they'll introduce, you know, the changes they've made to your kit outside of your damage. But beyond that, I feel like there's very little tuning done during an expansion to a class's survivability. I don't think they've done anything. Like the only notable thing, in my opinion, they've done for like healers for survivability was that they gave paladins sanctified plates, which I don't even think was really intended for Holy Paladin. I think it was more for like Ret and Prot, but it went in the general tree. So Holy Pallies benefited from, they were the unintended beneficiary of sanctified plates. And then Blizzard realized their mistake and nerfed the shit out of it specifically for Holy Paladin. But otherwise, I don't think there's been really any tuning around defensives for healers. I guess Monk got, they changed Expel Harm, and they changed what Expel Harm does and its interaction with TFT for Monk. I don't think they've really made any changes to Disc or Holy defensives. I don't think they've made any changes to Shaman defensives. I don't think they've made any changes to Druid defensives. I don't think they've made any changes to Preservation defensives. What Holy Priest defensives? I mean, you say that, but Priest has a pretty... Priest has a pretty... What would be the word I want to use? practical set of defensives, being able to flash heal yourself for 10% DR on, like, literally on demand. You can give yourself 10% DR whenever you want with flash heal. You can press fade every 20 seconds for another 10%. And realistically, there are very few lethal mechanics in the game that are coming out more often than every 20 seconds. So in most instances, you can have 10% from flash heal and 10% from fade virtually all the time for like scary events. Then you've got Desperate Prayer as like your oh shit button. And that's being able to summon double 10% DRs that often is that's a pretty big deal. Because most specs this tier are not necessarily in danger of getting one shot by like a big mechanic that happens once in the fight. A lot of the most dangerous one-shot things this tier are the things that are like machine gun mechanics that you reach the level of key where each instance of the machine gun is enough to kill you. And it becomes a question of like, can you get a defensive that you can use frequently? If you have a defensive that only comes up once every minute and a half, you can use it on one of the machine gun bolts, but then you're going to fucking die after that. So you look at like Shadow Bolts on last boss BRH. I mean, yeah, if you have a big defensive, cool, but like he's doing rounds of Shadow Bolts every like fucking 20 seconds, 30 seconds or something. If you don't have some defensive up for every one of those, you're fucked. And there's some specs that don't have like really any way to mitigate those bolts that frequently. But Priest, every time Shadow Bolts come out, flash heal, fade, ta-da! I've got functionally now like 1.2 million health or something. And you can shield yourself. You know, that's another thing. Like you could flash heal and then power word shield yourself for like another effectively 100,000 HP or something. So no, I don't think. I mean, and what I have to laugh about is when somebody's like, "Oh, Holy Priest defensives are bad," and it's like, well, in the one relevant metric we have here in Raid, Holy Priest is the least squishy of the healers. It is the least likely to die. Contrast that with, you know, people be like, oh, Holy Priest defensive suck. Disc Priest has fucking barrier and pain sub. And it's like, well, that doesn't appear to do shit for Disc Priest. They're the exact same defensives? Yeah. But I would argue that the way that you do your healing matters. Like, Disc Priest... Well, first off, I would say Disc Priest probably dies more often in Raid than it does in Keys, because in Raid, you're going to be fucking doing try-hard shit to do your maximum ramp, and then that you had defensive tools available to you that you just didn't use because you didn't want to. If you're about to get one shot by a thing in Keys, you'll shield yourself. In Raid, you'll probably just go, YOLO. I hope I don't fucking die to it. So I do think that the disc death rate in Raid is probably significantly higher than it is in Keys. But the point being that to me, the question, or like if you're like, well, Holy Priest has the same defensive as discs, therefore Holy Priest is more like Disc Priest, is like, no. It's that Disc has the same defensives as Holy, so why the fuck is it dying so much? Because Holy Priest seems to have figured it out. So when you compare these two, it's not like, well, Disc dies all the time, therefore Holy's defensives are bad. Well, clearly not. Holy's not fucking dying. The question is, what's different about Disc Priest that makes it die so much, even though it has the same defensive, if not more, capabilities than Holy Priest, who is the least dyingest class. And as I said, I think the problem is that in Raid, Disc Priest is just trying so goddamn hard to get its ramp off that it's willing to forego some of its defensive capability because it would cause it to lose HPS. And so it's like, nah, fuck it. I'd rather roll the dice on whether or not this mechanic kills me. And spoiler alert, the mechanic kills you. What's my take on defensive power creep? I feel like you on way overboard to fix problem. Mythic Plus should have been fixed by capping key level. Yeah, I think there's been more emphasis placed on defensives than there's been any right, for it to like that. First off, I think that I don't think there should be any of this kind of shit in your tree for anybody, like reducing all magic damage taken by 3%, or making your like passive leech go up. Like this kind of shit, get that the fuck out of people's trees, man. Just give them more, just bake it in. Give priests 3% more damage, or better yet, don't change it for like having different specs with different damage taken profiles that way. Like, well, okay, Disc Priest takes a bit priests take a bit less magic damage, but then they take a bit more physical damage relatively because they're claw. Like, it's such a weird way to try to differentiate classes, and not one that I think anybody appreciates. I don't think anybody ever feels good that their class is tanky. You just feel really bad if it isn't. I don't think anybody celebrates that their class can live a bunch of shit. So it's not like the people that have the tanky specs are, if you were looking at this from like a utilitarian perspective, you might argue that like, well, the classes with good defensives get more enjoyment out of having good defensives than the classes with shitty defensives get dissatisfaction from having shitty defensives. But I don't think it works that way at all. I think the specs that have good defensives just take it for granted, and the specs that don't have them recognize exactly how deficient their spec is defensively, and they sit around being fucking bitter about it. And so nobody ends up enjoying the disparity, but a lot of people end up being very angry about it, as they should be. So stop putting fucking defensive shit, like passive defensive shit. You want to give somebody like some buttons to press or something. I don't know. I mean, even then you start going down the rabbit hole of like, does one class have more buttons than the other? But especially the shit where you're just baking in passive amounts of shit, like that gets very annoying. Versus defensive bonus needs to go. Yeah, that's probably another thing. Like there's really no good reason. I feel like the problem with verse is that if it feels vestigial in a lot of ways, where it's the end product of Blizzard experimenting with a PvP stat. And for a long time, the PvP stat was strictly relegated to PvP. You had resilience. You didn't wear that shit in PvE. You just didn't. Like, it just didn't exist. You didn't have to balance it around PvE because nobody fucking wore it. But then they ultimately tried to, like, combine it into a catch-all stat that you could use for PvE and PvP. And now it's a giga priority in PvP. Like, you have to stack verse no matter what in PvP. All of your gear has it. Your set bonuses are very often built around it. So, like, verse is like the end-all be-all in PvP, but then it also leaks its way out into PvE, where you have to like try to undertune it a bit in terms of throughput, or else everybody would stack it. If it gave you the same amount of throughput as crit or haste or mastery, and it gave you a defensive bonus, you would just stack verse every fucking tier. Why the fuck would you pass up on the stat that gives you defensive bonus if it's giving you the same amount of throughput as haste or crit or mastery? But the problem is, some tiers, it does actually basically give you as much throughput as your other stats. And then you're free to stack it. And would you look at that? I'm stacking purely through my verse. I've gained 10% DR. And that's not even that much relative. Like my druid is at like fucking 15%. That's just free because I didn't take verse for, or if verse had been significantly worse than like mastery or crit for my throughput, I probably wouldn't be stacking verse. But it's close enough. And fuck, it gives me like a free bark skin all the time. So yeah, I would agree. I think verse needs to be either like eliminated from PvE or changed somehow so that the DR or the damage reduction component of it is either like not effective in PvE or something. Because it is stupid that just by stacking a stat, you can become significantly tankier than another spec who loses a lot more for not, or for using that secondary instead of another. Just removing PV. The problem is you do get a fairly bare cupboard of secondary stats if you don't have verse, because then it's just crit, haste, mastery, and you know that's not a whole lot of shit to pick from. A big part of the reason secondaries exist is to give you choice in how your character feels. Now, realistically, there are just always two secondaries that are stronger, and so it's not really a choice. It's just, here's what my class scales best with, so I'm going to wear those. But it at least changes the way the specs feel. You know, you're going to have some that are stacking haste, and then some that aren't, and that'll be the biggest differentiator between specs. If you're a haste stacker or not, it'll feel pretty different. And then if you like mastery, a lot of the specs have very unique mastery effects. So you can get some interesting gameplay elements there if your spec is a heavy mastery stacker. And even crit can be somewhat interesting if crits do some. Crit by itself is usually not that interesting of a stat, but if your spec is built around crits doing something else, crit and, you know, when you crit, then it can make you more of a proc-based class. And that could be kind of cool. But verse is pretty boring. Verse it's never, you know, like I said, you can tell when you're stacking haste because all your shit speeds up. You can tell when you're stacking mastery for the most part because there's some aspect of your spec that's like unique to mastery, and so you're usually playing into some mechanic that's specific to your spec for that. You know, like on Druid, for instance, if I'm stacking mastery, I suddenly care about stacking a lot of hots on people, where I wouldn't necessarily care about that otherwise. Without Druid mastery, I wouldn't give a shit about stacking hots for a multiplicative effect. It would just be like, well, he needs more healing, so I'll put another hot on him. But it wouldn't be like, ooh, more hots, more healing. So mastery can change the way you play your spec. Usually does change the way you play your spec. And then crit, to the extent that it, like usually if you're stacking crit on a spec, it's because crit is doing something else beyond just critting. It's that when you crit, you do something else. And then that can be kind of interesting because then you're like fishing for, you're like waiting to crit to unlock something else. And then when the crit happens, you get some other effect. But with verse, there's never anything that ties into verse. It's just a flattest, vanillaist fucking stat in the game. It just makes all your shit do a bit more damage, and it makes you take a bit less damage, and there's never any interesting gameplay loops. Off of verse, it's just there, just existing. You kind of miss the simplicity of the old talent system. I think the new talents as well. It's like the new old talent system. It's the old talent system in the sense that it's the way talents used to be at the start of WoW, but old now but old talents sort of mean like the talents from previous expansion where it was just the whatever it was 6 or 7 lines of 3 choices. I do think this talent system is more fun. Now, it's definitely harder to balance. But you do see, if you looked at somebody's talent build last expansion, you would very often see uniformity across like literally everybody that played that spec at a certain level. There would just be like, this is the best, this is the best, this is the best, this is the best. Everybody plays the same shit. I could look at the top 20 players on Warcraft logs, top 20 players on Raider.io, they all have the exact same talent builds. But it's very rare now to open up a talent tree from 2 different players at the top of a leaderboard and not see at least a few different talents moved around. And you could argue that like, well, those talents are usually marginal. They're not that big of a deal, blah, blah, blah. But it's at least something to think about, which is a lot of the fun of playing an RPG is like thinking about stuff. You sit there and you go, in this dungeon, is there a reason why I give a shit about physical mitigation? Is inspiration, would I rather put movement on a person? Is either one of these talents a very big deal? Probably not, but it's something to consider, fuck it. Like maybe body and soul shaves 5 seconds off the key because we're running faster. Or, is this a key where I take life grip? Am I ever going to use it in this key? Some keys I will, some I won't. Same deal with Master Spell. And so you get more, because the talent trees are more granular, you get more choices like per dungeon or per raid boss. You can customize your talent. When you had many fewer talent choices in the previous several expansions, there wasn't usually much of a reason to move your talents around from like dungeon to dungeon or boss to boss. The talents were so important at what they did, and there were so few options that it was usually just like, yeah, this one option is just like the best for this kind of content. Doesn't matter which dungeon it is, it's the best for all of them. But when you have this many talent choices, there's going to be for sure a few things you can think about moving around. And I like having that kind of agency with your talent tree. Now, you may argue like, well, the important talents are the same for everybody. Everybody's taking fucking PI. Nobody's skipping that. And maybe that's true. But I do think this talent system is better than the old talent system. I think we were for sure going to experience growing pains, and we have, by swapping to this talent system from the old one. I would say one of my what will likely be lasting sources of disappointment from Dragonflight was how class tuning slowed way the fuck down as the expansion went along. Now, you could expect some of that naturally because when you transition to the new talent trees, there was going to be a lot of disparity between different specs. And at the start, there was going to be a flurry of changes made because they were working through the initial kinks of the system. But we went from getting tuning every like week or two for the first 6 months of the expansion to now getting tuning like once a month, maybe. And usually the tuning is not a particularly big deal. And I think that's unfortunate. It was an exciting time to play WoW at the start of Dragonflight when you were just every week was an opportunity for your spec to get elevated or for the fucking demonized specs at the top of the at the top of the totem pole to maybe get knocked down a bit. And so it felt like every week there was an opportunity to shake the meta up. You know, like, fuck yeah, dude, maybe this will be the week that my spec gets buffed or fucking Preservation Evoker gets nerfed. But I feel like we don't really have that anymore. And we've gone back to the same cadence of balancing that we were getting in the previous expansions, even though I think new talent trees afford many more opportunities to balance specs. But yeah, I don't even remember how I got on this fucking tangent. Just want to be able to take wild charges, Druid. Yeah. Losing wild charge is unfortunate. Asked how the coffee was? Yeah. Dude, Shauna wanted to go get coffee last night, except it wasn't actually coffee. She asked if we could go get a treat. And I was like, yeah, all right, whatever. Like 6:30 or something at night. She's like, can we get a treat? And I was like, sure, where you want to go? And she's like, I want to go to Starbucks. I was like, okay, yeah, we can get Starbucks. And so she's like, what do you want? And I was like, just give me a fucking coffee. And she got a Frappuccino that didn't have any coffee in it at all. And it tasted like cereal milk. And when she received it, it was like more whipped up, but then she didn't finish all of it and it like started melting down. And it was this like translucent, soapy-ish looking liquid. That shit was foul. Like, ugh, dude. I don't know how anybody drinks that shit. But yeah, I fucked myself up yesterday because I got that coffee. Part of the reason Shauna was all jacked up to go get a treat is because we both took a big nap yesterday. I got done with stream. I walked upstairs. Shauna was sleeping on the couch when I went upstairs. And I sat down. And then I looked over and I saw her sleeping. And then that made me sleepy. And then I fell asleep. And then I slept for like I took a huge nap. I actually woke up in the middle of the nap, stood up to get up, and then sat back down and was like, nah, I need more nap. Which is pretty rare for me. Normally when I wake up from something, anything, I'm like up. I'm like, when it's time to be up, it's time to be up. But I took half of a nap, started to get up, and it was like, fuck this, I'm taking the rest of this nap. And I think I slept for like 2 hours. And then we both got up around the same time. And then she was all restless because we've been sleeping. So she's like, I want to get up, I want to go somewhere. Her we settled on getting a treat. The first thing is she's like, let's go to the fucking mall and just walk around. And I was like, you are here right now, and I need you to be somewhere less than here. You're saying crazy shit like, let's go to the mall on Saturday and just walk around. I haven't been to the mall in Chattanooga in like 11 months or something. I'm sure as fuck not going on a Saturday to just walk around the mall. I was like, we're not going to do that. What's something else you want to do? She's like, you want to go to Target? And I was like, all right, what else? And so when she was like, treat, I was like, Perfect. I don't got to get out of a car for a fucking treat. Fantastic. Where you want to get a treat from? And she was like, Starbucks. And I was like, okay. And then she was like, you want to get like a fancy drink? And I was like, I don't want to get a fancy drink from Starbucks. But I also don't want to go to Starbucks and not get anything. Because I'm getting in the car and it's cold outside. So I feel like if I'm going to get in the car and it's cold outside and we're going to go to Starbucks, I'm going to get fucking something. So I was like, I'll get a black coffee. She's like, what size do you want? And I was like, well, and here's where I sometimes I just got to let go of principles, you know? But I was like, well, I want a black coffee. And she's like, well, what size? And I was like, well, I want the big one. Because if I'm going to pay for a fucking coffee, I want the best value. I want to buy a small one. I'm wasting money. I want a big one. So I bought myself a fucking like venti black coffee at like 7 o'clock at night. Needless to say, I did not fall asleep last night until about 1 a.m. Normally, I'm passed out by like 11 o'clock. But we stayed up. Part of it, we got a little faked out because we stayed up to watch the Niners game because Shauna's from the Bay Area, so she's a Niners fan. That fucked us a little bit because that game started later than I guess I thought. So by the time the game ended, it felt like it was like 10 o'clock, but it was actually like 11:30. And then because it was like an exciting finish to the game, we were both kind of jazzed up a little bit. And then I just couldn't fall asleep till 1 o'clock. So, anyway, that was my night. And it was actually part of the reason I started streaming a little bit later today is because my alarm normally goes off at 7 o'clock every day. And this morning it went off at 7 o'clock and I was just like, fuck that, and turned it off. Bet she's happy. Yeah, Shauna's the kind of fan that I aspire to be. But the problem is I'm the opposite kind of fan. Shauna takes great joy when the teams she roots for do well. And when they do poorly, she has no problem turning off the television when the game is done, standing up and going about the rest of her day totally unbothered. This shit is like water off of a duck's back. A team that she roots for, when they are defeated, that shit does not linger with her at all. There is no lasting bitterness about that. It's just like, oh, well, maybe next year. If the Niners had lost last night, she just would have turned the TV off and been like, well, it was a good game. I guess it's time for bed. Conversely, if the team I'm rooting for wins, I take very little joy in it. It's like, well, good. I don't like rooting for a team that loses. So it is fortunate that you won tonight. Because the other thing that could have happened would have been not good. But then when my team loses, it ruins my fucking night. Even if I'm only sort of casually a fan. If I'm rooting for a team and they lose, I'm going to be pissed. And Shauna doesn't understand this relationship with fandom. She doesn't understand why I would do that to myself. I don't watch games like anymore. Shauna and I watched Chiefs games last season, and I basically told her, like, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not watching Chiefs games anymore. The upside if they win is not worth the downside if they lose. And her first taste of that with me was actually the first year I moved in was when the Chiefs went to the Super Bowl against the Bucks, and they played, and we watched that game. And I think she thought I was kidding when I started getting, like, really fucking salty when the Chiefs were losing and like, getting upset. I think she thought that I was, like, playing it up for effect or something. And then after, like, an hour and a half straight of that shit, I think it finally clicked that, like, no, I was actually just being an enormous baby about it, and it wasn't going to get better. But that's just how it is when I'm watching shit. And so Shauna's tonight's like, you want to watch the Bills-Chiefs game? And I'm like, absolutely not. I'll sit there on my phone and I'll refresh the ESPN feed. I'll watch the score. I'm fine with that. But I can't actually watch my team get its ass beat. Seeing it numerically is fine. like seeing the outcome of the game without watching the plays themselves, there's like a disconnect from it that I can handle that without getting emotional. But if I watch my team fuck a play up or watch the other team score on us, I'm just gonna lose my shit. You're a Ravens fan. You have been for 20 years, and Joe Flacco broke the party. You that care so much about winning. I mean, I existed in that. Before I moved to Mashana, I had more or less removed sports from my life. I was a very dispassionate. I had, teams I would be a fan, like root for. K-State fan, Chiefs fan, Royals fan. But I wouldn't really pay attention to the day-to-day of those teams. Halfway through a season, I would check in and be like, the Chiefs are 5-7. Don't have to worry about the playoffs this year. Or, like, oh, shit, K-State's going to make a bowl game. Cool. Probably not going to watch it, but it's nice to know they're going. And then the Chiefs started winning a lot. And then they won a Super Bowl. And the problem with my fandom, I think, is that I have not historically rooted for winners. So more often than not, if I'm watching a team that I'm rooting for, there's a decent chance they were going to lose. Like if you root for K-State, if you root for the Chiefs beyond anything over the last 5 years, if you rooted for K-State, you rooted for the Chiefs in the 90s and aughts and 2010s, and you rooted for the Royals, you were going to watch your team lose a lot. And I was used to that. I was used to watching my team lose. And that's fine. When you lose every time, or at least a better than not chance you're gonna lose, that stops stinging as much. But the Chiefs over the last 5 years fucked that part of me up, because I was expecting them to lose and they didn't lose, and they'd fall behind and I'd be like, well, here's where we lose because we're the Chiefs, and then Mahomes would come back and win, and he'd be like, oh shit, that's crazy, and then he did it again and again and again and again and again and again, and every fucking week Mahomes comes back and wins, and that changes you as a fan. No matter how much you fight it, you start expecting to win, because God damn it, he wins every time, even when he shouldn't. And then you start caring about winning. And then when you lose, it's like even worse. And I finally this year had to basically tell Shauna, like, I'm not watching Chiefs games anymore, because now I've gotten to the point where I expect them to win, and when they don't, it ruins my fucking night. I just get pissed off. And I wish I wasn't that way, but I am. And the only way I really know how to deal with it is just to not engage with it. I just can't watch the game. It's not possible for me to watch the game and not give a shit if they lose. I'm going to. It's gonna make me be shitty and salty, and I'm not gonna be fun to be around. It's not fun to feel that way, and it's not going to be fun to be around me when I'm acting that way. So I'm not watching any fucking Chiefs games. I'll pay attention to the score. I'm not going to watch them lose. So that's what we're doing tonight. We're going to do something else while the Chiefs play football, and I'm going to have it open on my phone, and I'm going to pay attention to the score. And then, and like some people think this is being a bad fan, if the Chiefs build a commanding lead to where it's virtually impossible for them to lose the game, then I'll turn the game on and watch it. Because I like watching the teams that I root for win. That part's fun. And if you reach a certain point in the game where it's pretty clear your team's going to win and has a very, very, very low chance of losing, then I'm virtually guaranteed to have a good time for the rest of the game. Even if my team plays like shit for the rest of the time on the television, I know we're going to win. So I can enjoy everything. It's the early parts of the game when it's not clear yet whether we're going to win or lose that I don't like watching, because then we might lose. And that fucking sucks to watch your team lose. So I just don't do it. I just don't watch that shit. I only turn on the TV and watch the team when it's clear that they're going to win. That's safe. Your uncle DVRs every game for his team and deletes it if they lose. I mean, that's actually a 5-head fucking move. I think that is 100% the way to be a fan. Just check beforehand whether you know you're going to enjoy watching the game, and if it's clear from the score that you're not, fuck that shit. Pretend it didn't even happen. You like closer games than games that are a blowout? Sure, it's more enjoyable to watch a close game, but it's less enjoyable to lose. And close games have a much higher chance of losing than when you're blowing the fuck out of a team and you're winning. And I'm not going to watch my team fucking lose if I don't have to. Close games are only enjoyable when you don't care who wins or loses. Yeah, as a third party, close game, like watching the Niners-Packers game last night, as somebody who didn't really care what the outcome was, fun game to watch. Every play is exciting. But when I care, oh, fuck no, that is way too stressful. Way too fucking stressful. That was like when the Chiefs won the Super Bowl last year and they were like trailing the Eagles. I remember just being like, God fucking damn it, God fucking damn it, God fucking damn it. Even though we ultimately came back and won, I would have preferred that to be a blowout. In hindsight, I don't give a shit that it was a close game that we ended up winning. Was it exciting? Sure, but like, fuck feeling like that for like 3 hours. I would rather the Chiefs have raced to a 21-0 lead and then just coasted in the entire second half, and I could just sit there and soak it in. Just when you're blowing out a team, you can just enjoy it ahead of time. You don't have to wait till the end of the game. You can start enjoying it after halftime. You know, you're just like, fuck yeah, we're gonna win this game. Am I from KC? I'm from Northeast Kansas. Imagine Falcons fan for the Super Bowl. Oh, no, the Chiefs had their own moment in a similar fashion. It was a playoffs game against the Colts. Me and my buddies got together at one of their houses, and we watched the playoff game. And the Chiefs got up. I think they went into halftime with like a 28-point lead against the Colts. And oh my God, we were drinking. The Chiefs had like not won shit. It's easy to forget now, but the Chiefs actually had at one point in the 2010s, I think the Chiefs actually had the longest active playoff win drought of like any major North American team across like all sports or something. It had been like 30 years since they won a playoff game. Like they went to the playoffs every once in a while, but they lost every fucking time. And because there were franchises that had been shut out of the playoffs entirely for, like 15 or 20 years, the Chiefs somehow flew under the radar in that respect. But it had been basically since I was like 6 years old that the Chiefs had won a playoff game. They would periodically go, but they'd always lose. And so that year, we played the Colts. We were up like 28 to, or we were up by like 28 points or something. Going into halftime, it was like, fuck yeah, dude, monkey's off our back. This is it, baby. Finally going to win a playoff game. And then they come out and like Andrew Luck throws like one touchdown, and it's like, whatever, dude, we're playing soft defense. It's fine. That's, every team lets off the gas when you get that big of a lead. And then he scores another one. It's like, well, that's a little concerning, but bro, nobody can blow like a fucking 4-touchdown lead. Like that's not possible. Throws another touchdown. Motherfucker, it's going to fucking happen, isn't it? It's going to I knew it, dude. Fucking Chiefs fan. Fuck me. Why did I ever expect anything nice to happen? And because we had spent like a good hour celebrating, like all of halftime, high-fiving each other, fucking playing drinking games and shit, having by that point in time, we're all starting to get a little buzzed, and you get a bunch of dudes together watching a game, and you can be kind of salty when you're by yourself watching a game, but like when there's like 5 of you in the room, like all of a sudden it's an echo chamber of shit talking the refs and the other team and our team and made it like 100% more toxic. And by the end of that game, it was like, well, don't know what I expected. I was a Chiefs fan that got excited for a playoff win. I guess I deserve this. But yeah, I never want to do that shit with sports. I don't like watching teams lose. There's no point. It's just misery for the sake of misery. Bobby getting increasingly more drunk and salty as the game progressed. Now, I will say I did have the flip side of that happen. When the Royals won their World Series, which, by the way, as a Royals fan, I had come to terms with the fact that the Royals were probably not going to win a World Series in my lifetime. Like, with the way that franchise had been as dog shit as it had been for like decades, and the fact that baseball just is what it is with no salary cap, I had essentially steeled myself to the reality that the Royals would likely never win a World Series in my life. And it was like, that's fine, whatever. It's a local team. I don't really like watching baseball that much anyway, so I can kind of root for them without actually having to pay attention to what they're doing. And then they got their fucking farm system in order, and they started calling up some dudes, and they started winning some games. I was like, oh, look at that. Make the playoffs. That's cool. And then they went to the World Series and lost. And it was like, that's fucking crazy. I can't believe, at that point we had lost so much that just going to the World Series was almost like winning the World Series. It was like, holy shit, can you believe that? We went to the fucking Royals went to the World Series, dude. Never thought it would happen in my life. That's crazy. Well, that was a feel-good story. And then they went the next year and they won it that year. And that year, the second time, a buddy of mine had people over to his house for every playoffs game. And this was at the point where it was right before I had started streaming, like a year or two before I started streaming. I was unemployed, so I could do this. I could go over every night that the Royals were playing and drink. And he had people over every night and there's a shitload of games in the playoffs, in the major leagues. So I think I went over to his house like a dozen times or something over the course of like a month to watch this. And we watched every game because we expected each series to be the last one. We expected the Royals to lose basically every series. So we were like, fuck it. We'll watch this series. It's not going to last that long, right? They're going to get bounced here. And then they won. And then we watched the next series. And it was like, that's fine. Whatever. They're going to lose here. And we kept doing it. And the Royals had a team that year that was good at coming back. Like they got into a lot of holes and then came back, so a lot of the games were exciting. And that World Series was like probably 5 times more special than it had any right to be, simply because I was with my buddies like the whole time. We watched like every one of the games together, and it just became like its own thing. Unlike the NFL playoffs where you just have like the one game each weekend, it's like 3 hours of football and then a week of not football. But in the Major League playoffs, it was like a game every other night. And so it was just like nonstop, just over at his house all the time for like a month. And so many of those come from behind wins. We kept getting ourselves to the point where it was like, okay, well, this is where we go out. And then we'd win and it'd be like, holy shit. And so you kept expecting it to end, and then it kept going. And by the end of it, it was like surreal. And we actually did get to enjoy the World Series win the way I wanted to, because if I remember correctly, I think the game the Royals won to win the World Series was a game where they were like leading fairly significantly like the whole time. So, or at least for several innings, so that by the time the end of the game got there, we had kind of been able to like start savoring it for like an hour or two. And when they finally got the last out, it was just surreal that I was like, oh my God, the Royals won the World fucking Series and we watched it. Like I watched like every game. I don't think I've watched as many baseball games since the Royals won the World Series. I don't think I've watched as many baseball games as I watched in that month since combined. Because the Royals were able to turn back into a shithole of a club virtually instantly. It was very much a Cinderella moment. They turned into a very pretty princess, glass slippers and shit, won a World Series, pumpkin instantly. Just team turned into dog shit overnight. Right back to missing the playoffs, losing like 100 games a year. And I actually kind of appreciate that because I don't really like watching baseball. And it would have been sort of annoying if the Royals kept making the playoffs and not being good enough to win, but making the playoffs. And I would have felt like I sort of owed it to them to watch the games that I didn't want to watch. Now I don't have to watch any of the games. They just suck all the time. I got to enjoy my World Series and then fuck off. So it was like a great bandwagon experience. But, all right, well, today kind of ended up being not actually that many keys, but gonna wrap it up here because we got in the car a couple days ago and the tire pressure sensor started beeping and our back left tire was like 20 psi lower than it should have been. It was like, So we get out and look, and there is a fat ass bolt in the tire, sticking out of the tread, and so we had to. Shauna got that towed this afternoon, and we got to go drive over. Hopefully, they'll get the tire replaced and drive over this afternoon and pick it up. So they close at 5, so I got to end stream early enough that we can make it over there before then to pick the car up. So we'll wrap it up here. Hopefully tomorrow we can start stream with celebrating a Chiefs win. I am actually expecting them to lose, and not just in like a steel myself against disappointment type of way, but I think the Bills are just at home. Chiefs haven't looked great this season. I think the Bills win. So I'm expecting the Bills win. But something to celebrate if the Chiefs win, and maybe I'll be in a nice little perky mood tomorrow. So anyway, I hope you guys have fun watching. I have fun streaming as usual, primarily a Mythic Plus stream. So if that's something you're interested in or want to learn more about, hit the follow button. I'll do my best to both educate and entertain you, and I will see you tomorrow.